answered the phone, but looks like they're coming in, so it's getting close, guys. We're getting close. Unfortunately, they never wanted to call back and to try to do anything. Looks like they don't want to negotiate. I don't know why they don't want to negotiate. We'll see. I called everybody in probation that I could call. Nobody will answer. It is what it is. So, gotta do what I gotta do here. Unfortunately, this is kind of a bummer. I'm gonna have to go down like this. Come on, guys. Inside. They come down. Driveway. Come on, let's go inside, guys. Come on, boys. Inside. Let's go. Inside. Come on. Tango. Pass. Come on, let's go. Inside, boys. Inside. Come on. Good boys. Thank you. Come on. Inside. No reason for them to be involved in this. Poor puppies. Poor puppies. I love you, boys. We'll see. Well, Dad, try to make this peaceful as possible. We'll see if they want to be peaceful. Mostly it'll come with. All right, guys. Well, I don't know. I see him pulling across the street and stuff. I've tried to call everybody at probation. I could. Doesn't look like they're going to come and want to do this. They're going to do this with the. I see feds. I think they got the feds involved, but that's what it looks like. We got black vehicles and stuff across the street here or down the road. So. Remember, I'm doing this for documentation. I tried to do this peacefully. All they had to do was call Lake County probation and call down there, and this all could have been settled. Elijah's already done his hours. Hold on, my dogs are barking. You guys be quiet in here. Cut it out. Be quiet. I know dogs are not used to being without me, guys. They know something's up. So go lay down. Please go lay down, guys. Please go lay down. Go lay down. Everything's fine for now. Everything's fine. If dog come in here before they come in, I promise I'll come inside. You guys stay in here and please be quiet. Be quiet and lay down. Be quiet and lay down. Chill out. I know the tensions are high here, guys. Trying to keep calm. Pants! Stop! All done. Lay down. Please. Dogs, please. So, anyways, we'll see. I don't know. They just might be staging up here, but I've called everybody in Lake County, and I've tried to encourage you guys to call the Lake County Sheriff and call Lane County Sheriff before it gets, it doesn't need to go this far. This is ridiculous. Should have already been taken care of more than a year ago, but nobody wants to do their job, so they're not going to put my son in jail again. It's not going to happen. So we'll see. Like I said, maybe they'll come peacefully and bring some paperwork or something, get this taken care of, because this is ridiculous. I've already had. Sorry, I'm trying to move this motorcycle inside, guys. My gate. All right, I'm gonna have to open this gate up. Give me 1 second. Whatever. We tried. Like I said, there's too many phone calls, so the evidence is still gonna have to come to light. They can't keep running from it, so ain't saying nothing but why they locked my son up the first time was criminal, and they're not allowed to do that unless he committed a crime. He didn't commit no crime. A probation violation is actually why, but he didn't violate his terms of probation because he had already completed his probation to leave this county. So now I've taken him and I've arrested him and brought him back to my property. So they have a warrant for his arrest in this county. So I'm not going to run from it. I'm going to bring him right back to where the warrant's at. So we're going to deal with this one way or another. All right, I'm just trying to get this motorcycle inside, guys. Redonkulous. This shouldn't be happening, but this is God's will, so thy kingdom come, thy will be done. There's that. Trying to get the rest of this place locked down here. So if anybody wants to help out, if you don't know what's going on, got Lake County, Oregon, issuing a warrant for my son's arrest for not completing his probation, which has already been completed. And the county's very aware of it because I already was involved in it for him to even leave the county. That was part of his release of leaving this county, was to have all his probation done. So you know, I can see them because I'm up high and I know they're surrounding this place, and that's fine. They can surround it and get bring all your, I already told them if that's what they want. I don't want to fight. I want them to bring my son's certificate of release. You can't try this man twice for the same crime. Well, he's already completed his probation, and then they won't, they don't want to recognize that, but it doesn't matter because I was involved in this. So that's where they're making their mistake, is the fact that I was already involved in this situation. I already called from Lake County to get him from this county, helped him and assisted him. So I was involved in it. If I wasn't involved in it, it'd be one thing, but I had made phone calls to not only this county, but to an attorney over in the county that he was going to try to make sure I did everything by the book, which we did. So that's why Elijah went for 3 years without having not even one single action plan saying that he had any hours to complete. They said nothing to him for 3 years and sprang it on him in the last 90 days. He had already should have been off probation more than a year ago. And this system has drug him down, confined him, and gave him a probation violation for something that, just because they won't face the fact that he has already completed this with one phone call. Not only a phone call that they could call to confirm that, but they won't. I've already called the head of probation of Lane County, and they won't do anything about it either. So not going to have it. This isn't a standoff. We're standing up out here. That's what I'm doing. I'm standing up for the right of God-given right. They can't do this to this man, and I'm a man of God. So if they want to sit there and confine my son and arrest him as they already did, I've arrested him before they could get to him. So, well, they're here. I can see their vehicles are in the distance. They haven't made their approach. They're getting ready. I'm sure they're going to wait for night to fall. They're going to want to do it at night when, you know, I'm off the grid, when there's very little light. But I'll be ready. You know, like I said, I already gave him a chance to go ahead and come clean and admit, oh yeah, he already did his hours. They were already completed. He had already done that because I called down to Lake County to make sure he left years ago. See, he went 3 years and he was all on reduced probation, didn't have any issues. Even at halfway through his probation, we covered this because I talked to him, and his probation officer was aware that he still had at 18 months of being on probation for his 3 years, he had, or whatever the halfway point is, that he had restitution. So he wasn't able to get off early. He had out completed all his community service already before he even left here. So they sprung it on him in the last 90 days, guys. So this is a bunch of crap. And then he tucked his pride, which he doesn't have, and started completing the hours. And I got on the phone with probation, the head of probation, Kresha. And I've called her, guys. This woman has had many calls. So this woman is she should be a convict. She should be convicted of a crime because she had my son arrested when she knows that Elijah's already completed the hours, but she doesn't want to make the phone call. They just want to keep sweeping this under the rug, and it's not going to go away. So they already issued a warrant. You could issue a warrant, but you can't make one phone call. You see how criminal these people are out here, brothers and sisters. I'm not going to sit there and stand for this. So they're right down the road, and if they want to have a stand up, well, I'm standing up for the law. So they can do whatever they want. Bring your feds out here. Bring your SWAT vehicles. Yeah, I'm going to assert my rights. They come on this property, they're going to end up. I will assert my rights to protect my son. Will not let him be confined. He already was arrested illegally. He's already completed. So the person that needs to be arrested is the head of probation of Lane County, Oregon, because she's already been on the phone with me. And she's never once with that phone call. See, I can summons evidence. I'm a prior law enforcement officer and I'm a prior veteran, so they better know who they're standing up to. I already told that woman, Mulan Labe, come and take it. You can come get me, but you're not going to arrest my son. So I kept my word to these people. I told them if they pushed the issue and they didn't take care of this before this certain date, then I was going to go ahead and arrest Elijah myself, accost him. But now I have him and his wife because I don't want her to have to deal with this. And so we're going to take care of this now because he shouldn't be going through this. One phone call. Probation is meant for these people to get you off probation. It's called an action plan. And for 3 years, Elijah had said not one word to him, and it was on complete reduced, unsupervised probation. He'd fulfilled all his obligations. He did the crime and he did the time as far as he needed to do his community service. And they're playing word salad with him. And because this county doesn't like me, they're screwing with my son too. So, anyways, this is where I'm at. So unfortunately, this is the way it's going to go down, and they had a chance to change it. It's Friday, so maybe they're trying to come, like I said, I'm sure it won't be too long. So I think my son, he understands what's going on here. He knows what he did, and he didn't do anything. And so his dad is standing up for him and already did last time to help him get out of this county. I made sure that he was all his terms of getting from this county and cooperation in the next county was his hours were completed for probation. I was involved. I called the county myself. There should be a record that they're just running from this guy's. And they can get a warrant for his arrest, but they can't even make one phone call. So they're going to be forcing their hand, I guess, at this point. So they can either come arrest me and try to get to him. But I don't know. I don't think that'd be very smart on their part. They're already criminally and put my son in jail, and he already did what he was supposed to do for the county. He wouldn't have been able to have been released. And that's why he went 3 years, and not one time on his action plan did it say that he needed to complete these 180 hours. They didn't spring it on him until the last 90 days of probation. And he called me upset going, "Why, Dad, this isn't right. You remember I said, I'll take care of this, son. I'll call." Because yes, I was involved. Yes, I was. So they can't deny me. So I got a hold of the head of probation. They just swept it under the rug, and then they recently arrested him. So I'm sure they'll come try to do it again. So that's why I went ahead and arrested him in his body and his girlfriend in her body. And they're put away from where there's any Second Amendment items, and they're not anywhere where they can touch them. And so I will take care of this myself. I have to. I was already involved, guys. They don't want to listen. I already called the head of probation and said, "Look, I was involved, lady. I can summons one phone call, and this is the sure. Yeah, they're here, guys. They're here. Like I said, they're on there. We can see them. They're looking. They're binoing this place and checking it out. So Maybe we'll just, I know they're there. We'll just use the binos and bino them back. So we're not running. I'm not going anywhere. If we were running, I would have taken them somewhere else, went to Mexico. But now we're going to the county. But these are feds out here, guys. These are guys in black trucks out here now. So yeah. You're not hiding. Why don't you just come over here? I see your dumb asses. This is so stupid, guys. This is so insane, man. We live in such a corrupt society that they can't they can't take and make one phone call. And I've already called the head of probation in Lane County and told her to call these people to clarify this little clerical error, guys. It's just a clerical error is all it is. And they wouldn't even face one clerical error. And it's not a clerical error. It's not. It's word salad. He's completed his terms. All his hours were completed before he left this county. That was part of his release from this county to be released to Lane County. But they want to just keep dodging and dodging. And I had already called the Lane County Crescia and spoke with her. So this is on them, not me. You know, this is so stupid. All this wasted manpower. They got feds across the street from me, you know, with binoculars over here. They're waiting to do their move. And I'm sure they've got more people coming because I've made a stink. And I already asked last time for people to call down there before they close. They won't even answer my call. I can't go to hold of anybody. They won't listen to me, you know, but they have to, guys, because if they arrest me, which I don't know, like I said, I'm not sure yet. I've made my, whether I'm going to go peacefully or not, you know, I don't know. I should protect my son. They already arrested him, and that's stupid. I'm right here, you idiots. Do you have any balls? Why don't you come over here and talk? Bring the certificate or come over here. I know. Yeah, it's the sheriff, and they're so stupid, guys. They're just sitting there talking. I can only see 2 people. Yeah, it's the first round, and like I said, so. Anyways, this is so stupid, guys. My son has already done what he's supposed to do. So it's barricaded up, guys. This place is locked up. They're going to come crashing through the gates or go across my property line. And if they cross over this property line, they better have some darn good reason to do that. Like I said, I need your help right now. I need you to get and call Lane County Sheriff, Lake County Sheriff. Get on the phone with Lake County Sheriff right now and tell them to stand down. Brothers and sisters, my son had already completed his probation hours before he left this county to move to Lane County. That's why he went for 3 years. Nothing was said on his action report because then he was reduced all the way down. Again, we visited this, guys. I called. They got fed. They got people across the street here wasting your taxpayer dollars. Call these people and tell them stop wasting your dollars. This is all, we're all paying for this, guys. My son is already, he did a crime and he got caught and he paid the price and he went on probation and he completed his hours. And he put his head down and he decided, he called me all upset. And I said, Elijah, just do more hours. I don't care. Well, I'll get a hold of this lady. I spoke with the head of probation, Crescia, with the head of probation. And so she's very aware of this. This woman allowed my son to be put in jail after she didn't even make one phone call. You know, guys, with one phone call, this all could be cleared up because I called myself too to make sure that Elijah had no more hours to complete so he could be released. I also called my attorney. See, these forget that this is the digital age. These people are idiots. This is going to be summons, guys. This is what my case is going to be about because I'm sure they're going to try to arrest me for kidnapping. Well, I guess, yeah, I arrested him. So, that's the problem with, see, that's you people that are the problem in this world right now. You got feds cross my street and you guys are talking about taking a dookie and stuff, man. Grow up. You're the problem with this country. You really are. Why these people can run roughshod on this town. So they haven't run roughshod on me before, brothers and sisters. I've stood up and I have a history of standing up. So that's why they're going to probably bring a pretty good significant force out here. They're not messing with just any guy. I have my place barricaded up. I've got, you know, Iron Man tires, whatever they call those things. You know, the big tractor tires. I put them up around all my fences and stuff. They can bust through these gates. They're gonna come busting through tires and stuff. They're gonna, and they know. Like I said, that's what they're doing. I'm sure they see this place by satellite. They could put all this time, but they can't make one phone call, brothers and sisters. This is going to be breaking news probably before you know it. So help me out. Help me out. Call this county. Call these people, because they're standing right over there. They're wasting your tax dollars. They're right over here. They're right over here. See them right there. They're wasting your tax dollars. That's tax dollars wasted when they could make one phone call, but instead they're doing this. A phone call, guys, can clear all this up. One phone call, clear this up. And yet they don't want it. They want to waste all. They're going to bring more man out. They're more. I already know. I'm not stupid. I already said I would do this, and I've kept my word. If you don't take care of this and get him off this because he's already completed, I'm going to arrest him myself. And I'm going to keep him in my custody. And that's what I've done. I chose to stand up, so they're not happy about it. So now I'm giving them the bird. That's what I think of your man laws. This is stupid, guys. This is just stupid. This shouldn't be done. All this waste of taxpayers' dollars here. So, sucks because his lady's going to be affected by this. My animals who are inside, who are going to be, they don't do too well without me. One's got a little bit of a separation disorder. They're used to being out here on property. And so we're going to continue to live stream this. I should probably go back, try to plug in. You know, they're still just standing right there. I can see these guys. They have no balls. They can't come over here and have a conversation. They're going to wait for all their backup and try to come in guns a-blazing. That's how terrible this country is right now, guys. They don't like me because I called that out too. I called Mr. Thump for knocking down 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. Never forget that. Yeah, with Mr. Tesla technology. So there they are, just sitting there wasting tax dollars money. I called this sheriff's office. I called Lake County. I've called Lake County. I've called the probation office. Nobody will even answer the phone, but they got people sitting out here wasting your tax dollars. My son has already done all his hours and then went back and did them again. He didn't get that another 180, but he almost nearly completed. That's almost 360 hours of this that he's double jeopardy, brothers and sisters. What they're doing to him is criminal. Kresha put him in jail. And these people, if they come over here, are condoning this behavior. And they're these people who are thuggery. Do these people have any idea what they do before they encroach up on my property? On what they're doing here? And know the situation? Why hasn't the one phone call been made, brothers and sisters? Why isn't the one phone call been made? They're right here, Carl. They've got their feds out here now. They got their black vehicles. They're parked. They're over here binoing. There's one, you can see me in his beige suit. That's the sheriff, and the other is the state. So I get the state, the sheriff, and they're trying to figure out what they're going to do. But all this wasted effort with one call to Kresha or one call to Lake County, they could have said, yeah. Oh, wait, he does. He's already... his father called down there way before he even left this county, and that was the terms of his release from this county to Lake County. They've already been cooperation, but they don't want to do anything now. They're just they're criminals. They're absolute criminals, brothers and sisters. What they're doing right now is criminal. And I'm probably going to end up facing charges myself, but whatever, I'll fight this. I'll take it to the box. Because want to know why? My evidence is going to be why I took and did not allow them to serve that warrant on my son. And I arrested him before they could ever arrest him. And his wife, because this is enough. They just want to have a normal life. My son already completed all his hours. So this is extortion, and it's criminal to put him and give him a probation violation for something he didn't violate his probation, brothers and sisters. And Lane County probation is very aware of it. So I need you guys right now, please, some of you guys get on the phone with Lake County, Oregon Sheriff's Department and say, we see that you guys have officers in front of this guy's house. Stand down. Stand down. This is stupid, guys. They're wasting money right now and resources. They're wasting resources and taxpayers' dollars over there binoing my house. pulling down the opposite driveway, pulling over to the side road, and now with binoculars over here looking at me. When they take that resources with one phone call, they couldn't have made one phone call. This is stupid. They're the criminals. No, why would I cooperate, Ross? What do you mean cooperate? Cooperation has gotten me this far, Ross. They have not done anything to make the one phone call. I will no co-op with anybody. I will stand up, not co-op. That's Hados. No, thank you, brother. Not in this case. He said, be not partakers in their unfruitful works of darkness. Rebuke them. That's depart from them, right? Expose them, shine a light on them. And that's all I'm doing, Brother Ross. That's all I'm doing here. I'm a man. You know that. I'm a peaceful man. I don't want war. You know that. I've been saying that. I'm trying to get away from this crap. But I will stand up for my son and what's right. This is criminal what they have already put him in jail. So I need you to get on the phone and call Lake County Sheriff right now. Call the state. Call the FBI. Call anybody. Please help me out. This is the way you can help. Start sharing this stream and getting this out because it's probably not going to be before the end of the day before they decide to come down this driveway. So they've already gone down. They've already come from here and went down this driveway, and they're just sitting over there, and I'm sure they're waiting for more people to show up. So this will probably just be a matter of an hour or two, and this is all going to go down. So this is stupid. I need help. You understand? I need you to call this police department, Lake County Sheriff's Office in Oregon. Call the state, call the feds, tell them what's going on. Call the news. Call everybody you know. This is stupid. They need to stand down. They're wasting time. My son should be released immediately. They're trying to arrest my son for not completing his terms of probation when he was released from this county, and that's how he was released. So the county he went to revoked his probation and released it back here. So I went and got him and brought him here. So we're not running from anything. You don't run. You go right to the county where his arrest warrant is, and you call him out on it. And you say, you guys, he already was released from this county into Lane County. And then I called when they said for 3 years, guys, he went with no words said to him because it was already done. And they sprung it on him at the last second. I've already called probation, the head of Lane County. I've already spoken with the sheriff's office. They're already aware of this situation. This is a clerical thing, guys. They're not giving Elijah his hours because 3 years later they said, well, he worked for Road Crew. And Road Crew is not community service. He was painting buildings. He was doing labor for his terms of service. They're playing word salad, and this is ridiculous. Now they got cops right over here. More of them. There's more of them. I can see there's more there now. So I can see another one over there with even my naked eye. They're buying away me right now. They see me talking to you. And these counties are aware of what's going on. I have a history with this county, not like that, because they won't stand up or do anything. They can waste all this time, but they can't make one phone call, guys. Please get on the phone and call for me right now. Don't just hang out there and jerk yourself thinking this is fun to watch. I could lose my life in the next hour over this. My son could lose his life. I need you to help. I need you to help me and call Lane County Sheriff's Office and say, I cannot believe what you're doing to this man over there. Elijah did a crime. He got convicted of it. He was sentenced to probation. He had community service to do, and he completed those terms of the probation portion of the community service hours, brothers and sisters. That's why when he was able to transfer over to the next county, they didn't say anything to him for 3 years. Nothing was said until the last 3 months. And like I said, he got me involved already and already got a hold of these people. So all this waste of resources over here, all this waste of your money, your taxpayers' dollars, get on the phone and tell them to stop and stand down. Let them know there's others, people around the world watching this right now. They're not alone. They can't get it. Guys, they keep sweeping this under the rug, think they can get away with this. This can't happen. I need your help. Please help me. Don't sit here and jerk yourself off going, oh my God, look at this. This is fun. Look at this. Do something. Get off here and call Lake County. So now they're going to lose their job if they come in. They're going to lose more than their job if they come in here and try to arrest my son. They can make a call, Ross, and make this go away. No, it ain't going down than that. I've already arrested my. It's not just him who's here. It's his girlfriend, his wife that's here. They're not leaving. I'm barricaded in here. I am being peaceful, Ross, but I'm telling you, all they have to, not until they make that phone call. Bullshit. You know me, brother Ross. I'm not trying to curse. I'm not, but that's a bunch of crap, Ross. This hours, hundreds of hours I've spent on this. They're going to spend all this and stand down? No way. This is where we make our stand. We're standing up. Just like Christ did to the law. We're conformed to my image. Endure to the end. If this is the end, then this is the end. So be it. This is a good day to die. Stop. This is ridiculous. One call, guys, and this could all be taken care of knowing that Elijah already completed. This arrest warrant should be completely, immediately erased. Elijah had already done his hours, and I was involved. You can summons me a phone record, me calling Lake County Sheriff's Office, probation, before Elijah ever left here years ago, saying, is Elijah completed all his probation hours? And they said, yes. I called. So I'm not going to stand down. Bull crap. They've already arrested him and put him in jail. Let him arrest him and put him in jail again for something he didn't do. Bull crap. Not doing this. This is stupid. Help me out. Make a call or get off this stream now. Leave. I don't want you in here. I need help. My life is being threatened here by these people, and so is my son. Yeah, I understand. But they are not, guys, this could have already been done. I have hundreds of hours. What they did is illegal. So just keep letting them do these criminal things. No, I'm not doing anything criminal. I'm doing what is right to protect my son from these criminals. So this is Lake County. Please call Lake County and Lane County Sheriff. Please, Lake County and Lane County Sheriff. Elijah's done his terms. He already did this. He already made sure. I made sure. I called Lake County, guys. They can call the sheriff's office. Go to law enforcement. Go to these bootlickers who want to kill me and my son. Good luck. Who won't do anything. Please leave. Serene. I'm not going there. Yeah, you can't see anything because I live in the country, you idiot. My neighbor is hundreds of acres away. Pound sand, you guys. Unless you want to help, don't sit in here and think you can be some kind of, like I said, I got literally feds and sheriffs and these people sitting across from my house, and they could have made a phone call to see that Elijah's hours already completed. I was involved in that already. For him to leave this county and go to Lane County, Oregon, his hours were complete. Oh, calm down. All right, goodbye then. You guys are idiots. So anyways, guys, I don't have time for trolls. I'm documenting this. This has to be documented. I'm doing this for evidential purposes. If you want to help me out, you can. Call Lake County Sheriff right now. Call the sheriff's office. Call the non-emergency line. Say, I see what's going on over there in your county. I'm watching, and this is stupid. If this young man completed his hours, you need to stand these sheriffs down over here. They're bringing more out, guys. There's more over there. It's because I live out in the country. I live a ways away, so you're not going to see them. They're using binoculars to look at me right now. I have binoculars so I can see them looking at me. So this is stupid. One call, and they're wasting all these people's resources over here. One call and all these resources, and there's going to be more. They're not done. I'm sure there'll be more vehicles. I'll see them pull in right here. That's why I'm standing right here, because I've got nothing to hide. Not hiding anything. I already said this is what I was going to do if they didn't take care of this, and they chose not to. So who's at fault here? Once again, the county's at fault. These people are out here, and they could have made the phone call to the probation department, and I called the probation department multiple times. I already spoke with him before this even happened and said, get this taken care of so that this doesn't happen. There's no reason for him to be arrested. There's no reason. His hours are already done. Don't you remember me, Crusher? You didn't do your job. So I called her again and told her she is the criminal here. So if they come arrest me, these are the criminals. Don't sit here and tell me they're doing their job. They're doing this illegally. A judge signed it. Do you realize Elijah already completed his terms from lease to this county? Do they want to talk about, see, they want to keep sweeping this under the rug, brothers and sisters. I was involved.
Here they come.
All right. right, this is it, guys. Here they come. They're getting ready to make their move, guys. Elijah, is there anything you want to do here before this is done? I mean, you stay there, shut the door. I'm locking my son in here now. Go get the paperwork, you idiots. Stand down. Oh, they're driving away. All right, well, we'll see. All right. They're going to go get some help. Guys, I've been a law enforcement officer, okay? They're sizing me up. They have drone footage, satellite footage. They can look at this property. They've already watched my live streams, so that's pretty funny. It looked like they were coming down the driveway, but they decided to turn and go the other way. So we'll see what happens, guys. I'm sure they'll be back. Like I said, I'm not dumb. I know they're going to wait. I'm off grid. It's very dark out here. They're going to regroup, back up.
Doing some kind of recon to figure out how to get out here.
Sure. They're going to come in this way now. They're going to come over here this way. So I'll look over here and they'll come right over here. Let the dogs out, please. Poor dogs, man. These dogs are stressed. Yeah, they're watching my live. I already had the sheriff said they're watching my live. So there's a lot going on here, Brian. I understand you're asking questions, but I know, guys, puppies are stressed out. Shouldn't these dogs have to be involved in this crap, guys? So they're doing reconnaissance, guys. This is what you do. You'll come out, you'll look. They sent the sheriff. There was a sheriff and the stater out here. I seen the badges on the side. One was a stater, one was a sheriff. So they've got the county and the sheriff. So it's funny, they can send the resources out here. I know, buddy. It's okay. It's okay. I love you, buddy. He's stressed. Freaking dogs are feeling it, guys. And I'm trying to keep calm. So, but anyways, I got to do this for evidentiary purposes, guys. It's not what I want to be doing. I want to be enjoying myself with my son. And, if they just go back and look at the records, he did what he's supposed to do. Elijah John Warner completed all his terms of release to be released from Lake County. You can find a record of me calling Lake County to double check. And I even called my attorney, who I have an attorney in Lane County, Oregon. So that's the county he was going to be released into. So I have phone records before Elijah ever left here to try to make sure that we were doing everything by the book, guys, so he can get out of here and go move over to that area where it was better. And he did. He stayed out of trouble. He never got in trouble one single time. Didn't break no laws, didn't do anything. He went 3 years. He got all the way down to reduced supervised probation. They never once said on his action plan that, hey, Elijah got these 180 hours to complete, because he had already done them. They sprung it on him at the last second. And so he called me, guys, very upset, and I got involved already last time. Well, it didn't matter, guys. They went ahead and arrested him anyways. So they're not going to let him arrest him again. They're not going to put him in jail. They can come through me first. So that's what they're trying to figure out right now, is how do they execute this warrant. Coming on this property, I will protect myself. I will protect my son, and I will protect his wife, who are here locked on this property and cannot go anywhere. They're not leaving. I have the car keys. I've removed the batteries from the vehicles. They're not going anywhere. So it's not happening. I'm not going to let them take him. This is stupid. They can release him from probation like he should have been released more than a year ago, guys. And they know that, but they're just lame criminals who won't do their job. These people are absolute criminals. Think about it. If you did all what you were supposed to do, and then the last 90 days after, your 3 year, they spring it on you and go, oh, hey, by the way, you got these hours to complete. We can't let you off probation until you do this. You call your dad if your dad was involved in on the first time, right? So yes, I was. So I called Kresh already, the head of probation in Lane County, Oregon, and let her know the situation and said, look, one phone call will clear this up, Kresha, please. The deal is they're not giving him the hours because he said he was doing road crew and not community service. They don't have that. They call it something different, but he's still doing the hours, Kresha. Stop this crap. He left here and Lake County said yes, all of his hours, and you can summons a court record. So if they arrest me, that's what the judge, and that's what they're going to be hearing coming out of my mouth. Why did you do what you did? Because I'm involved in this case. You can't just sweep me under the rug. And that's when I call these people. I tell them, I'm not on probation. I don't have a criminal record. I have no criminal record. I go anywhere in the world. I have a passport. You can't talk to me like I'm on probation or like I'm some kind of criminal. So, yep. No, not story time. Chris, you're an idiot. Leave. Jerk off. If you're sitting here just jerking yourself off, getting off to this, please leave. Don't sit in here and just go Pornhub or something, okay? Go jerk your chain somewhere else. This is serious business. I'm standing up and could lose my life over this. And so can my son. And that would mean his lady is without, his wife is without him, and my dogs are all I have. This is stupid. This should not be happening. So I know it's by God, so I'm not worried about it. 2 more hours to make it up. He already did it. Listen, what are you, a bootlicker? He already did it. I rebuke you. Get out of here. He already did that. Freaking, I hate people like you. Yeah, I do. I have such a hate for people who love the system and let people extort people. Elijah already did his hours. Elijah John Werder already completed all his hours to leave Lake County, to go to Lane County. That was the problem. That was the terms of him leaving here. The only thing, he was actually going to try to get off probation early because he had never gotten any trouble half the way through, because if you have not committed any more crimes and level was reduced because he was already on unsupervised probation, they'd let him off. See, I'd already called my attorney again and had to deal with some of the, there's too much records of this, guys. I called my attorney again at halfway and said, look, he's already done all his hours, but we need to get this restitution taken care of. I need to know there was multiple people involved. What is his amount? See, there's record of that, guys. I called my attorney the first time he left, and then I called my attorney at halfway. Okay, this is stupid. They're going to make the fool of themselves because I can still make all this evidence. I'm a prior police officer, a law enforcement and military police. Okay, I know the law. I know where this works. So I'm going to protect my constitutional right too, the right to be secure in my house's papers, persons, and effects. So I feel secure. Okay, but I need your help. Call Lake County Sheriff right now. Don't sit in here and reach your climax, have your happy ending. I'm not kidding. I'm normally not like this and so wordy, but I'm tired of being harassed. And if you want to come in here and just be a bozo, then please do your climax somewhere else. Have your happy ending somewhere else. Seriously, I need people to call Lake County and call Lane County Sheriff's Office right now. Call the state of Oregon. Call the state troopers. Call the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Call whoever you can. I don't care if it's after hours and it's Friday. Get a hold of somebody. Leave a voice message. Don't just sit here and jerk your chain, please. And I know a lot of things are entertainment for people, but this is affecting my life. I want to go back to farming and doing what it is that I do out here, homesteading, or try to maybe get away from this crap already. So, but it's okay. I know it's God's will. If God wanted anything to be different, they would have driven down my driveway with those 2 people, huh? But instead, they're going to get more or whatever, or maybe they'll, I don't know. Come on, guys. What are you just in here having a good time? There's other sites for that kind of stuff too, you know. Being a little salty, eh? Yeah. Imagine if your son, if you had a child, would you do the same thing for your child? Would you stand up for your child? Would you risk your own life for your child? My son's 25 years old, guys. He ain't no child. He's a grown man. But would you do that? Do you stop taking care of your kids because they turn 18 years old? Does that mean you're all done? You don't have to do anything for them anymore? You know what I'm saying? No, I'm not done. So I'm going to continue to just help him out when he needs it. He's in need right now, and I need you to help me out right now by making a call. Call somebody. You can. Come back in here. I'm not turning this live stream off. It's going to stay on all night. I'm hopefully I can plug this in. So, like I said, I've got everything barricaded in here. Tires. No keys. I got his keys. Here's his vehicle. Look, here's his. No battery. No batteries. It's not going anywhere. Not standing down. I'm not standing down. You guys already know that. This is how a man of God acts. So nobody's leaving here. You want to see? Let me show you. I'm playing around. We'll do this because they're watching this. See, that's what I'm saying, guys. I don't want to do this, but I have to do this for my son. Thank you for some of you guys understand. You think I want to be doing this? This young man should be going through this. You know, he shouldn't be going through this, but I don't want to show you all my points of exit, but they all have tires and they're all blocked, and I'm not playing, guys. I've got tires, monster truck tires out here. You know, these are not the kind of tires you're going to be moving very easily. Okay, so I'm locked in here. I've got tires at every exit. There's no, if they want to come, they're going to have to come around my property line through the brush, and that's whatever, go for it then. But I'm not playing. I've locked myself in here. I've got tires at every exit, tractor tires. This is it. I'm standing up. This ain't a standoff. This is called standing up for your rights. So, like I said, this is a little pinch of what I've got to prepare myself for what is going to happen if they don't just leave me alone. You want to come and contact me? They got my phone number. These people know they know I have a history in this town. So this is what we do for our kids, guys. You steal his batteries from him. You steal his keys. You hide it from him, and he can't leave. And then you make sure the sheriff can't arrest him. If they're going to come arrest him, they're going to come arrest me first. I'm sure my son will go peacefully. He's cooperated and done everything he was supposed to, guys. He was just writing probation, pleading them to have a printout of his hours, to go back and look and call Lake County. Peacefully, this young man has done everything peaceful. He's done everything he was supposed to do. He has done nothing violent. This is against his will right now. What is happening to him right now is not his own. His girlfriend, his wife, it's not, they don't want this right now. They want to move on with their life, and he's already tried, but the system won't let him go. So I'm going to make sure I'm going to stand in the way of the system, because I'm the law now. I took the ball. Let's see if they want to play game, you know, because this ain't a game to me. This is my life is on the line, and so is my son's, and this sucks. I don't want my animals to have any effect of this. This guy right here is going to be affected by that. Why should my dog be affected by this? He loves his dad, see? He's got a thing for the dad. Thing for the dad. I just love you, Pants. You are my guy. No kisses. So, anyways. Yep, no poly, no waiver, no statement. Yeah, that's what I'm probably going to have to do, guys. Some of you guys are pretty smart here. So that's probably what will happen. Not going to sit there and, you know, but I'm going to go. This is a fight. We're standing up, guys. This is our fight. Peaceful fight. This is how I'm doing it peacefully. So if they come in here with a warrant, they have a warrant. I have to let them search the area they want to search and do it. But I'm not without a warrant. Nobody's entering. It's all fenced off. It's all blocked off. Nobody's coming in here. So this ain't no Waco, Texas. Don't get any something silly in your head. This is a man standing up for his son in the desert. Silver Lake, Oregon is where I'm at. Everybody in this town knows who I am. They know who I am, so they know what they're up against. Before they bring just a couple people out of here, they know they better have their ducks in a row, because I don't mess around. I'm not known for that, guys. I'm not known for messing around. So I need your help. Call Lake County Sheriff's Office. Call them. Get on the phone. Say, we're watching this guy's live. This is crazy. Are you guys serious? This guy has all his hours completed and he left the county, and you just talk to him. Tell him what I told you. Don't be an asshole. Don't be a dick. I get to be a little more stern because I'm the one, but be pleasant with them if you can and get the information across. If enough people call and help this out, you know, maybe they'll do it peacefully. Maybe they'll stand down, you know. But they should. You guys, there's evidence to prove that my son is already... It's not like I'm asking him to go against the evidence. My evidence would show that my son had already completed the hours. So this is their fault. And then they've already gave him a probation violation for not completing his hours again when he already did. I gotta go inside and get a drink of my water here. Maybe I'll plug back in for a minute. Let's see where my bottle of water is here. So again, I don't want any of this, guys. I didn't ask for any of this. I asked the county to do what they were supposed to do. One single phone call cleared all of this up. One phone call to Lake County. And you don't think that I was calling them today? Yes, I was. You don't think I've already been on the phone with Lake County? Yes, I have. So my son's name is Elijah Werner and mine is Tracy. So look me up. I ain't playing around. I have a history of that and I won't. Nope. This is God's will. I know it. He would not want this to happen. He wouldn't be allowing this to happen right now today. So thank you, Father, for this day, whether how difficult it is and no matter how it ends. Guys, I appreciate it. I know that I don't want your money right now. I mean, I don't know if I get bailed out or whatever. I don't know how that. I'm not going to curse. There's nobody to bail me out. I don't know. If my son and I are in jail, I don't have friends like that. Nobody's going to bail me out. So, but if you can call and let him know, let Elijah go. He's already done. He's already done what he was supposed to do, guys. He already was released from this county, and I made sure I was involved years ago to make sure he had done everything. He painted the fire station. He did multiple things outside of just normal, some of the other things that he had done on probation, that even he had worked with people within this county that when he got arrested, they were there. So he knows, because it's a small county, he did probation with other people. So they had forgotten that he had completed all these hours. As I said, they could even ping his phone with the technology. They're running from the technology, guys. These people are acting like there's no technology. Like they can just make these phone calls that we had, that I had with my attorney, that I had with Crescia, that I had with Lake County, that I had with them to make sure that he could be released from this county ahead of time. They're leaving all this, just acting like this never happened. None of it happened. None of these phone calls exist. So that's why I have to stand in and do this to make my evidence. I called Lake County before he even left, from going from LAKE, Lake, to LANE, Lane County. So I have to do this, brothers and sisters. I have to. That's what I have to do. I don't want to do this. This is the last thing. Like I said, I just had the state and the feds and the sheriff over here across the street, trying to scope this out. And I'm sure they're going to come because I already have a warrant for Elijah's arrest, but I got and arrested him first. Yep. I made a man of the land and soil. I don't claim citizenship or sovereignty. I'm a man of the land and soil. So good luck when you get me in confinement. But I will admit that my son and I, not with capital letter law, Tracy Werner, if you want to call me that. So, oh, it's a wellness check. Yeah. Yeah. Calm down. Look at this guy. Look at this idiot. You have no idea what's going on here. You're a foolish idiot to even open up your mouth. Get out of here, AKA. You don't know your ash from a hole in the ground. Be gone with you. Stupid idiot. Yeah, I'm a little salty, guys. I don't never curse. I go hundreds of hours, never say one curse word. Normally, man, I'm a little frustrated right now. I'm facing conviction and being thrown in a rape cage. So I'm going to stand up for what's right and do what's right here. And history is being written today, brothers and sisters. What side of history you want to be written on? You want to help a brother out and be written with the guy that, oh, hey, this guy said, hey, his son got arrested. He was convicted. He was given probation and a certain amount of probation hours to complete of community service. And he did complete his hours because he left through his father's help, through calling an attorney, through calling the county. There's record of me helping by making folks to make sure I'm his dad. This is what you do for your kids. So I was involved from the very beginning. They can't just keep sweeping me under the rug. I'm not on probation. I don't have a criminal record. So they can't talk, and they don't like that. These people like to talk down to everybody in probation. So if you call them and try to talk, they want to talk down to you, and I always let them. I'm not on probation. I'm not a criminal. You can't talk to me like that. I'm trying to get answers. Crescia, where's the head of supervisor probation? I already told her to call Lake County and get this dealt with. One phone call, this will all go away. So I already tried that, and then they still arrested him. They still arrested him, guys, and still threw him in jail. That's illegal what they did. That lady knew that he had already completed his hours. That's why, again, you don't go from being in one county to the next and then go 3 years and on your action plan, because what probation is supposed to do is see if you offend, you get assigned a certain amount of risk. And so they take and try to lower that risk to reoffend again. And they put you and give you an action plan. You understand? And they give you an action plan, and you work with probation to try to lower that to get you off of probation, not only to not reoffend, but to get you off. They've not helped my son out at all. So this is stupid, guys. That's what probation is there to do, is to help. And they've done nothing to step in one phone call, and they could have cleared all this up for Elijah. But instead they've remade him, and he's done his hours, because he called me going, Dad, what do I do? This is crazy. I already did all these hours. Remember we did? I said, I know, son. We called John. We already spoke probation. They already know there's no reason they should be doing this. It's probably just a clerical error. It's a mix-up. They hate me, is why, guys. They hate this guy right here, too. So they're messing with my son, and I know it. They've done whatever. None of this makes sense, and it's God, too. I know it's God doing it, but they know that I was involved, and before he was ever released from LAKE County to LANE, that I was involved. I called probation myself. I spoke with them at probation and said, okay, he has no more hours. I've called my attorney. I want to make sure everything's smooth here in order for him to be released into this county. So he went over there, and for 3 years, nothing led to him. Well, almost 3 years, until 90 days, where he had 90 days and he had done everything, never got in no trouble, did nothing. He did exactly work, did what he was supposed to do, paid his bills, had a girlfriend, wife. They don't get in no trouble, did exactly what they're supposed to do. And then they spring it on him in the last 90 days over some word salad, because out here, this little teeny tiny town, they didn't call it community service. They called it road crew, but it still was the hours. It was a different name, but it's still, he was working for his community service hours. So they screwed him over, and it doesn't matter because he had already done them anyway. So they can't do this. And I got involved already and told them, you need to straighten this out. I was involved. Well, they have chose to do nothing. And so I said, son, you're going to have to, until I can get this, we'll work on this. We'll try to get this document. You have to do this and put your head down and jump through the hoops. He's like, Dad, I don't want to, but if that's what I have to do, then I will. And he didn't have pride. And he did, another 170 or some hours. He almost did a whole nother. He came up like 10 short or so. And I don't understand this, guys, because they arrested him. They arrested him. And I have paperwork that says when he was arrested, because they put him in jail the max they could for 3 days, because he'd never violated before. They could have just put him in jail for 1 hour. He'd never violated. Never had a probation violation in 3 years. Now, reduced supervised probation. He's on the lowest form of probation that you can. And they spring on this all him. You see why he called me a little frustrated, guys? Is, Dad, what do I do, Dad? I don't really want to. I have a life. I'm trying to build up, doing these car things that I do. And I have, a wife at home. We got bills. This is all I have to drive. This is crazy. How is this, Dad, please help. I said, I'll get involved, son. I'll get involved. So I called the head of probation. And I talked to her and said, look, lady, you got to get this taken care of. One call, you'll see this is stupid mix-up. This isn't right. You're making my son do more hours, and that is criminal. He had already completed. He wouldn't have been able to release it. Why did he go 3 years then and nothing was said on his action plan? Why did I visit him at halfway through and called my attorney and said, hey, I need you to straighten this out. Elijah has already completed all his community service, but in order to get released, if we can get him off early, he needs to make sure that his restitution's paid. Now, there was 5 people that were involved in his case. It looks like they're making him pay all of it, John. Shouldn't this be divided between all 5 of them? So I have record of this, guys. You see what I'm saying? This is stupid. Elijah has not done anything criminal. He didn't even deserve that probation violation. He did not violate his probation. What they're doing to him is criminal. And so Kresha from Lane County, Oregon, the head of probation, should be put in jail. She had Elijah arrested and put in jail for 3 days. And then on his paperwork, guys, right now, Elijah should have way more hours. This arrest warrant should have never been issued because they say he's like 10 or 20 hours short. Look, guys, when they arrested him, they give him credits or whatever. And it didn't even matter because he's almost done like 400 hours or some stupid amount of hours like that he's. Maybe it's not 400, but it's like 300 and some plus. That's 180 was what he was told to do, and he did it when he had or whatever. He had already completed it anyways. That was over word salad. This is stupid. The law needs to act like the law. That's why I've stepped in and asserted myself as the law in this case. And if they don't like it, too bad. Deal with it. Mulan Lamy. Come and take me then. This is what you do when you're a man of God. You stand up for the law. This is what Christ did. And they killed him for it. Yes, they did. Ripped his beard out of his face. Put holes in him. That's what these cops want to do to me. Trust you me. Put holes in me and my son. Stand up. Here's your chance to stop being the silent majority. Stand up for your rights. God-given. They accosted this man illegally. Probation violation, my butt. He had already, you do the crime, you do the time. He did it. He did his time. He did his time doing his community service hours, and I was involved in it multiple times. They cannot keep, you guys, they issued a warrant for his arrest, but they can't make the phone call. That's stupid. That's why I've stood in. If I go to jail or I lose my life, well, so be it. At least I'll know I stood up against this tyrannical system called Lake County Sheriff's Office and this probation office that's a bunch of criminals up here. Don't get me started. I already have a record in and pointing these out for being criminals. That's a lot what's going on. Yeah, I was finding out what these probation officers were doing here when Elijah was on probation. So I'm not going to stand by and just allow my son to be thrown back into a rape cage. They're going to have to come through me first. And I don't feel like anything I've done is illegal, brothers and sisters. I'm protecting my son from the law. They were trying to prosecute him for something he didn't do. He had completed his terms of probation, the community service, years ago. That's why for 3 years, nothing was said to him. This is ridiculous. The evidence should speak for itself. So please call Lake County and Lake County Sheriffs. Call the state troopers in Oregon and call the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I don't care if it's Friday. Leave a message. You want to help somebody out? You want to stand by and be the silent majority and let people's rights be crushed? Because that's what's happening here. His rights were violated. They accosted him, arrested his wrist, arrested his body, and threw him in a cage against his will. We had already done his terms. That's crazy, guys. What they have done to this young man is criminal. Kresha from Lane County, the head of probation, should be put in jail. And that's when I left a voice message. I said, you know what? My son is not going to go to jail. I will stand in Kresha. And if I have to come and get him from Lane County, if I have to arrest him myself, and I will take him, Kresha, you better do something about this or I will make this happen. I will take control of this situation. I already talked to you, Kresha. You keep thinking, remember Tracy Werner? You think you're going to sweep, this ain't going to go away now. You're in the back to yourself in the corner. You arrest a warrant. You already arrested him for 3 days and put him in jail. And now they won't even give him any credit for being in jail either, which if they actually gave him hours, and I have something showing from Oregon State that when you're in confinement, they give you a certain amount of hours for being in confinement. They don't even, he would be way over his hours. More than double his hours. More than double his hours. That's stupid, guys. You want to allow this to happen? Keep jerking off in here and thinking, oh my God, I'm going to climax. This is so exciting. Or go make the phone call. This ain't Pornhub. This is reality called life. Some of us, our life is hell right here on earth. Don't sit around because you got this tiddlywinks life. You could be on this live stream. I'm doing this to document evidence. I have to do this. When they show up, I need this camera in my face so this we get our unalive that you'll be able to see it. So don't just stand around. Maybe you can make a phone call and come back for the exciting, next thing you know, I'm breaking news, right? So do something about it. Don't just stand around. Don't just stand around. Call Lake County Sheriff's Office. Call the after hours. I don't care. This is an emergency. My life is on the line here. Yeah, this is a 911 emergency if you ask me. I could lose my life today. They're already planning and scheming across the way with their binos, looking over at this place, trying to make a plan so they can make their entry. But everything's blocked off because I have the entries all blocked. So they're going to have to come in from a different direction. That's what they didn't, oh crap. They can see this from satellite, brothers and sisters. I'm standing up, not standing down. I'm standing up for my rights, your rights, the law of the land. This is crazy. This young man already did exactly what he was supposed to do. There's no way they could have won 3 years without saying anything. There's more than enough proof. I was involved more than one time. Called my attorney more than one time. Called Kresha, called the duty supervisor. I've spoke with multiple. I have more than 100 hours on the phone trying to deal with this already myself. If you want to help somebody out, or you just want to stand by and let people's rights be crushed and sit there and keep jerking your chain until you have your happy ending. But I don't know why you're in here if you don't want to help. This could be happening to one of your kids. This could be happening to you. They're double jeopardying this young man. He already tucked no pride and started redoing all those hundreds, again, almost got another couple hundred hours in again, guys, that he had already done, already completed. You talk about a man, never got in trouble. Elijah John Werner is a peaceful young man. He is out here against his will now because I have confined his space, arrested him, arrested his girlfriend, have taken their batteries in their cars, taken their vehicles. They're not going anywhere. They can't get out of here. They got to move tires to get out of here. They're not moving any tires. They're not going anywhere. They're staying here. And I'm not going to allow them to arrest my son until either Kresha, until Sheriff Michael Taylor, until the district attorney. What is that clown's name again? Somebody signed that warrant. Somebody signed that warrant. What is his name? Come on, I'm so good with names now. All right, I don't want to think about the guy right now. Either ways, call these people brothers and sisters. Don't just sit in here and, this ain't entertainment. This is really happening to me and my son, my dogs. This is America. This is what this country has come to, guys, that you can't even make a phone call. They won't even give my son a printout. I've tried to get him for a month to get me a printout of his hours showing this is where you were. They couldn't give him anything. They would not give him anything. It's so criminal, guys. The whole thing. You guys got to find out water. I gotta get some more water. You guys gonna have to hold up a minute, man. I'm gonna put some more water in my water filter. A little parched here today. Let me fill up my little container here, and I've got to get some more water. When you carry all your own water, you appreciate every drop you got. How about that? You ever heard that? When you carry all your own water. Yeah, he had a second indictment. That's right. This is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. His second. He'd already taken care of his first. Had a second indictment. Yes, he did. In 2019. Right before the COVID. Yep, and he completed all his terms before he left this county. That's why he was able to leave this county and go to Lane County. Are you sure? I got on the phone. I spent hundreds of hours. I've spoken with Kresha. Am I sure? What are you doubting? What the hell are you talking about? Have you listened to anything or just come in on the tail end of this conversation? Hundreds of hours. I was personally involved. I called my attorney to make sure he was actually going to get off halfway because he completed all his hours already, but he still had restitution. Are you sure you know what the hell you're talking about? You could find that information, but you couldn't find that information. Sounds like you're cherry picking to me. I've given you the complete story. So please don't cherry pick and make assumptions. Are you sure? Police state already here. Metaverse, are you sure? Yeah. Let's just have a little entertainment while we're here. So, yeah, that's it. You got it. This is the one I'm talking about. It's 24 right now. Can you do math? You're doing a little investigation. Can you start doing 1, 2, 3? Are you sure you know what you're talking about? So that's what's here. And I don't want it to be like that, David. I don't want to do, but I got to do what's right for my kid. I think this is right to do. Stand up, take him and make him and get him away from this crap, and don't let him be arrested by by a county that's already obviously corrupt and didn't, like I said, this is provable, guys. This is provable in a court of law. I could easily 100% beyond a reasonable doubt prove it. Not even any doubt. So cool. No worries. I'm just saying, are you sure? I mean, I've already done this. I've dealt with this for years. Hundreds of hours of dealing with. Did you hear what I just said? I was involved from the front side to get him off from this county to go to Lane County, because I know an attorney over there that I have can get him over there. Spoke with the attorney. He went for 3 years. Are you sure? He went for 3 years. 3 years and nothing was said. He was all the way down to, are you sure? Yeah, I'm 100% sure. He didn't, at halfway through, like I said, we visited halfway through before that had already happened, because he had already completed it, and called my attorney again to say, hey, since it's all completed, I need this restitution, because it was 5 people involved or supposed, and it looks like he's having to pay all of it. Can I make sure that what is his amount? So I'm sure there too, again, called my attorney about this. So he had already halfway through. And then goes 3 years. Yeah, I'm 100% sure. Not even a shadow of a doubt, beyond the shadow of a doubt. And then all they have to do is call to see this. That's what I'm saying, guys. None of it makes any sense. It's all criminal. For Kresha, the Lane County, for me to call her and say, you need to call this and get this taken care of. This is crazy. Elijah's doing these hours, and I told him to do them, but I don't think it's right what you're doing to him. And he could actually probably sue your county, because you are doubly making him work for that. That's forced labor. You're forcing him to do, and paying for gas out of his own pocket, out of his own time. You've done that, and then they've arrested him. That's illegal detainment under the 4th Amendment. You have the right to be secured in your house's papers, persons, effects. And I know he was on probation, but he had still done what he's supposed to. So they can't violate that 4th Amendment right. So they arrested his wrist, then accosted him, arrested his body, and then held him, and then put him in confinement for 3 days. They confined his body and arrested him for 3 days, which was illegal, because he had already, if they would have done the phone call, guys, but they don't want to do anything. They don't want to do anything. They don't want to do anything. They just want to drag their feet. Now they got a warrant for his arrest. They've revoked his probation. And because of the one that happened in 2019, they said if you get in any more trouble, like a serious crime, they'll downward departure and they'll put you in prison or whatever for that conviction. But he did what he's supposed to. He took whatever agreement that they'd said, and the agreement was that the terms, and he did everything, guys. He did everything he was supposed to do. So the criminals here is Lake County Sheriff, Lane County Sheriff, Kresha, Sean, I recently spoke with the duty supervisor and said, you need to get Kresha involved and have her call me before you arrest you or do anything to him, or I will arrest him. You can go ahead and try to arrest him for this and put him in jail again, but I'll get to him before you get to him. I will. I can get to him before you will, and I will get to him and I will arrest him. I will take and accost his body and will not let you have him and put him back in. You will have to come through me first, because you don't want to talk about me at all. And you want to keep sweeping. Now I'm going to get involved. So see why I'm involved now? See why I'm live streaming? See why I arrested his body and won't let them execute this warrant out here? Why they don't know what to do now? They keep coming out. They're out here visiting, but they don't know what to do. They're going to have to get a pretty big team to come in here. Everything's blocked off. I'm not letting them come in. I'm standing up. This ain't a standoff. This is stand up for my rights. That's why the name of it is Stand Up, right? Hallelujah. Thank you. So, yep. Thank you. So, yep. Stand up for your rights. And that's all we're doing here. Elijah had already done what he was supposed to do. So the county is criminal, and Kresha needs locked up, guys. Do you not believe that this lady, if this lady is a head of probation, and I spoken with the head of probation and I asked her to make the one phone call and she didn't, and she still arrested Elijah and had him thrown in jail for 3 days. Should she not be arrested? Is that not criminal? She was aware that Elijah had completed his hours, failed dereliction of duty as a public servant to do her job as a public servant. In the community services, she did not serve not only probation within the community, but these people that she serves as the head should have called to Lake County, got this squared. She never made one phone call, guys. I don't think I said this on her voice message. I said, Kresha, I don't think your phone is going to ever have called Lake County on this matter one time. I don't think you even tried, Kresha. So you're a criminal. You're a criminal. Either you're going to get jail, Kresha, or I'm going to jail. One of us is going to jail, but Elijah's not going to jail. You understand? You're not going to come arrest him. Now you're going to get arrested or I'm going to arrest you. Does anybody disagree that Kresha, who works for Lane County Police Department, under the probation, because they work in cahoots. They're in cahoots. They bounce each other back and forth. It's so hard for these people to get answers, guys. That's what they do to these people. Oh, it's the sheriff's office that deals with this. Oh, go over there and talk to probation. You try. Oh, no, they do. They bounce them back and forth like a ping pong ball. I told that to Sean, and then he got off the phone with me because he was all offended. He didn't like the truth. That was the duty supervisor when I asked for Kresha to call me back with this matter before they ever issued this warrant. So they can do all these other things, but they can't make the one phone call. Does anybody disagree either? What are you just in here looking boots, jerking your chain? Are you getting yourself off? You getting your rocks and you happy in? I'm asking you to answer my question. Is the head of probation a criminal? She put my son in jail. All she had to do was make one phone call and Elijah would have been cleared off of probation immediately. He'd already done everything, but they don't want to do anything. Remember, this is if I wasn't involved and this is just me being some dad trying to, but I was involved. I made phone calls. I've already called her. So does anybody doubt that Kresha, the head of probation in Lane County, should be locked up immediately? Somebody should issue a warrant for her arrest for dereliction of duty and then illegally detaining my son for 3 days for a probation violation, which he did not violate. He'd already completed all his hours years prior. And they did. This is crap, guys. Nobody wants to talk to me. I'll just stop talking and I'm going to keep the stream running and I'll get off here. Because if you guys are just getting off, then you can jerk your chain somewhere else, please. Go somewhere else. And this is serious. This is, life or death. This is almost like 911 type stuff going on here, guys. This is serious. She locked my son up. She could have made one phone call and said, hey, I'm dealing with, Tracy. He said that he was involved. So he's going to end up summoning this record. Did we tell him? Did we tell him, did we tell him that Elijah's hours were released? Well, yeah, this is the condition of him being released into Lane County. So yeah, his dad did call and made sure that his hours were zeroed out. And he called personally to make sure because he was involved. And then I called my attorney too, because he was, so I have a lot of evidence, guys. So they're denying the evidence. But now I got feds and cops and sheriffs and state across waiting to come in here to execute or do whatever they're going to do, this warrant or whatever. They're probably trying to get one for my arrest because they're thinking that I, kidnapped my son? Okay, if that's so, well, don't be a bootlicker. I can't stand bootlickers. That's a problem when everybody licks the boot of this corporation called America. And I despise it. That's why these jackboot thugs get to do. Look, I'm a veteran. I got a lot of PTSD because of this crap. Look at how these people acted the last 4 years during the COVID. I have the right to stand up and be a little salty with you. You stood down as Americans, and this is why this is still going on. Could have stood up peacefully. I didn't say violence. I'm not calling for violence, and I know not everybody was, but a lot more could have been done, and a lot of people just stood around to allow it to happen. But So yeah. As a little veteran, you sort of these people to be free or supposed that's not, and then people act that, stand on the line, wear the face diaper. Yeah. Stretches you a little bit. And then they're going into this, allowing this to happen. There is no justice here. So I am the law and I'm stepping in and I've arrested my son. I've arrested his body. I've arrested his girlfriend and I've put them in a place away from any weapons so they can't get access to anything. And only I am the one who has access to these Second Amendment weapons. And I'll protect my son if they come on this property. They've already detained him illegally and arrested him, and they won't even give him any credit because he'd be way over his hours if they would give him the credits that I've seen his paperwork. So, why? Yeah, she was known and she still neglected it. And so when she didn't do anything the first time, and now they're going to throw him in jail again, and then they did what they revoked his probation, guys, and they moved it back over here to Lake County, the original place of his offense in 2019, and issued a warrant over here because they knew I drug him over here. They knew I drug him over here. I got him over here, and then I'm not got him to where I knew I can get him where he won't leave. Like I say, I already showed you on the stream. The batteries are taken out of his vehicles. I've taken his keys. He can't go anywhere. Nope. There's no leaving there. We're not trying to go run away. There's just not a runaway. We're not running away from this problem. They need to face this now. They're going to either have to face that if they convict me for anything, that I want to say why I did what I did was because of what happened to my son. So my evidence that I will submit if they try to detain me is why I did what I did, is because they didn't do anything. They legally did what they did to my son. So if you want to convict me of a crime, Mulan Lobby, I already said that to the head of probation. Come take me. You're going to have to go through me before you get to your son, though. So, or to my son. And this is illegal what they're doing to him, brother, sister. So I need you to not sit in here and jerk your chain and, happy ending this. This is tough to be going through this situation right now. I wouldn't want it for any one of your kids. And that's why I'm doing this. So this doesn't happen to other people, guys. This is criminal out here, what they're doing to my son. It's criminal what Lane County did to him. The head of probation should be arrested this weekend. She should not be free right now. She should be in jail. She should be in jail. She should be in jail, not my son. The arrest warrant should be issued for her because she illegally arrested my son when she had never tried, never made one attempt. And there's too much evidence here, guys. If this comes down to evidence, which I'm a prior law enforcement officer and a military police officer, I know how to document evidence. That's why this live stream is going on right now. You understand? That's why this stream is, so that this evidence will be documented. So when they show up, you'll get to see it all go down. I'm not going to run from this. We're not running. We're actually making a stand. So this isn't absconding. Elijah didn't run anywhere. Elijah can't be charged with absconding. He's being here or held against his will right now by me. So if you are listening, and I know they said they're watching the streams, guys. I have sheriffs said they watch this. This is what sucks, is they say they watch this, but they won't do anything about it. So, because I've called the sheriffs out here in this town for things in the past. See, I have a history with these sheriff's departments. So just mention my name and call the district attorney. You probably have to wait till Monday. This probably ain't going to wait till Monday. And you find out they don't like me here because I stand up. I stood up for these community members during the COVID too, not just for my son or myself. And in the past, I've stood up for this whole community, for this whole country. I am an honorably discharged veteran. I've served this country too. So whatever, deal with it. This is what a man of God does. He stands up for what's right. And even if I end up with holes in my body today, it's whatever. Christ had holes in his body and they killed him because he wouldn't go by their stupid, twisted laws. And that's all this is a bunch of stupid twisting of the law. If they want to unfurl or unpervert this law and make this right, rewrite, unpervert this and make it right, they'll come bring Elijah his certificate and say, you know what? Okay, Tracy, it was just a mix up. It was just a mix up. And we want to settle this peacefully. So here he is. Here's his gold slip. He's off probation. He already should have been a win back. And please don't put a lawsuit. If you don't file a lawsuit against us for arresting him, we can come to some kind of peaceful terms here, guys. It doesn't need to be a big stand up, and it doesn't have to be that way. This county could do it different, but they're choosing not to. So I can't force them, guys, to do something peacefully. They want violence. They want a big standoff out here. They wouldn't come armed to the tooth, correct? If they didn't want a standoff, they would make the phone call. And I would already had the phone call before 5 going, you know what? All right, Tracy, you got it. I see. Here's the phone record. Here's the phone record. You called, and yep, he said in order to leave, he left. Sorry for the mix-up, Tracy. Please don't sue the county. Let's try to make some kind of agreement, okay? We know you can put a civil and criminal lawsuit against you. His body was detained and arrested illegally after he'd already completed his community service hours and then was doing more, 150. He had, almost completely doubled the hours that he had done, and they had already arrested him the first time. That's crazy, guys. That's insanity. Think how much time and effort this young man has spent working something, not getting paid a dime for, spending his gas money back and forth and spending time away from his family, which is his wife. That's his family. Okay. He doesn't live near me. He lives over in Lane County. That's where I brought him over here. So, so I don't think what I'm doing is illegal, guys, but they'll probably call this illegal. So it is what it is. But I know that God will judge myself and my son. So I hope my dogs don't get hurt. I hope that his wife doesn't get hurt. She hasn't anything to do with this. She's already been through a bunch of crap. Imagine her husband went to jail for 3 days for something he should never gone to jail for. I had to try to a little bit help her out, like, hey, we'll get him through this, lady. It's all right. This is crazy. We were a little bit in contact. She was over there and it was hard for her. So she had no record. So But irregardless of the crime that Elijah committed, yes, he did. He was convicted of the crime and he was sentenced and he got probation. But the terms of his probation release were certain stipulations. He fulfilled them. The community service hours were filled in Lake County before he ever left. That was the part of him being released. And I was involved in that. Why won't these people make one phone call, but yet I have your tax dollars wasting and sending the sheriffs and the state and whatever these black vehicles out here, some marked, some unmarked already, binocularing this house, trying to figure out how they're going to make. They'll probably do it for the end of the night, guys. I don't think they're going to sit here and wait. If they're already sending people out, they're trying to, because they've come out here and seen, I'm sure by satellite. You just stayed in that you're holding your son against as well. They take that as a hostage situation eventually, and guns will be blazing. I hope it doesn't come. Yeah, well, whatever. If you think that's a hostage, then yeah, I've took my son hostage. Okay, whatever you say. I'm keeping him safe from being thrown in a rape cage again, and it's taking him hostage. Okay, whatever you say. They can say whatever I want, but I know that God will judge me on what I've done here today. So I'm going to go by God's law, okay? Whatever these stupid idiots that can't even know how to do their job to enforce corporate law, convict people for victimless crime, state and the county's a victim, get out of here. I've been a jackboot thug myself, been in law enforcement. So I've been a police officer, a tyrant, okay? I know this law myself. So nope, that's not a hostage situation. This is me arresting him. I arrested him. They were going to come arrest him. I arrested him. Both of them. I placed them under arrest. And I detained them. Accosted their bodies. Not hostage. Nobody's being held hostage. They've been fed. They have water, running water. They have no access to any Second Amendment weapons, no weaponry. They're isolated from where I'm at. So they're on my property, but they cannot enter. They're not around any Second Amendment items, so they have no access. So this is peaceful. Yep. It is what it is. So what it is, I'm holding him against his will. Yeah, he don't want to do this, right? His will is he wants to be dead and gone with this crap. My son is so tired of dealing with this. I've kept him in this lifetime saying, it's Elijah, it's tough, man. I know. He tells us we got to endure to the end to be saved, son. This is what we got to do. So yeah, against his will, sure, whatever you want to call it. Play more word salad with me, okay? I don't care. He completed his hours. This should none of be happening. I can't take my son hostage if I'm protecting him from the law. That's not hostage. And whatever they say, they can charge me with whatever charges they want. That's federal felony. I know that, or that's felony. I know that. With hostage is felony. So if they want to charge me with the felony, then come on. Come on. Let's do this. Let's kick this down. Let's get this in front of a judge. Let's see what the evidence stands for. I stand with what the evidence says. I think the judge will understand what I did, and I don't care. It doesn't have anything to do with that. It's not about, this isn't what I'm doing is not the will of my own. This is not Elijah's will. This is the will of the Father. He writes all things. So this ain't these stupid idiot cops doing this. God knows and writes all things. God created all things. So these stupid idiot cops aren't doing it. I'm not doing it. My son's not doing it. God's doing it. Anything else, get out of here, you heathen, satanistic. God creates all things. I don't want to hear it. He causes the dice to land. Wait till they get hold of me in court. Good luck with that. So, anyways, make a telephone call. Don't just sit in here and jerk your chain and try to sit there and make some kind of comment in here that you think you can actually do something by getting on the phone and making a telephone call and calling Lake County Sheriff and call the state of Oregon State Police. Get them in there already. Get the Lane, L-A-N-E, call the L-A-N-E sheriffs. Okay. I'm not doing anything illegal, guys. God will judge me. And if I've convicted and been done something, then God will convict me. Okay. But he's convicting my heart right now to do this. Stand up for what's right. Like he sent his only begotten son to do the same thing, brothers and sisters. They persecuted and killed Christ Jesus and put holes in him because he wouldn't go by their twisted and perverted law. And this is a perversion and a twisted. What they're doing to my son is completely perverted. It's actually illegal. It's illegal to detain somebody. He didn't violate his probation, brothers and sisters. He had already completed his hours. So what they did is illegal. The system is criminally. That's why I had to step in because they've criminally They have criminally taken my son and arrested his wrist and his body and then put him in a cage for 3 days against his will. And they've already made him go back and doubly do work that he has already done, already completed. So he's now put his head down, no pride whatsoever, zero pride, and did this. He came to me and asked me, Dad, what do I do? This is crazy. I said, well, this is God's will, son. We have to do what it is that God, if God did not want this to be happening, it wouldn't. Remember, this wouldn't. And we've kept that in mind the whole time. So what is happening here is by the will of the Father, and God will protect us no matter what. And if God wants me to lose my life and him and whatever, that's so be it. That will have already been written from the foundation of the world. And I have nothing to do with that. No, I don't. Don't sit there and tell me that. God creates all things. But you can call Lake County Sheriff's Office, okay? So where's the proof of community service? Me calling Lane County and calling Lake County before he even left here to 100% sure, make sure that before he could be released from this county into Lake County, that all his community service hours were completed. He did them. I also called my attorney to try to make sure that everything would be smooth before he ever left. You're going to find my phone pinged him, bringing him to probation. You're going to find other people know that he had served all this time. He had already completed his probation. The proof is already that he left here having his hours completed and then went for 3 years on his action plan with doing no community service. No community service. Because he had already completed it actually at halfway through. See, I'm going to call my attorney again halfway through of his release to say, hey, I'm trying to get Elijah off probation early. He's already done all his community service. That was completed. That's how we got him here. He said, I know, but he has, this restitution, and there were 5 people in the case when he was arrested, and they put that, it looked like by Elijah's paperwork, he was having to pay all of it. And I called my attorney and said, look, is it this amount divided by 5? Why would Elijah need to pay all of this? Right? Why would Elijah to pay all this? And he said, no, so I have plenty of record. Guys. You don't go 3 years. 3 years, okay? 3 years. And be on an action plan. And an action plan for somebody who's on probation is given to them by their probation officer to try to assess their risk of reoffending and try to get their risk level down to get them off of probation. One phone call and Elijah could have already been off years ago, guys. This is stupid. What they have done to my son is okay, well, I'm sorry that you work for the Charleston Police Department. You're a tyrant like myself. I've also been a police officer, and you're an FBI. You are the low man on the totem pole. You're scum. You're pawn scum, the Federal Bureau of Idiots, and you were just worked for a corporation. You had no authority, okay? Just so you know, I'm also that man, okay? You work for a corporation, the Federal Bureau of Idiots, the lowest man on the totem pole, the Department of Defense, okay? National Security Agency, but the DOD, okay? Let's remember, you are low man. So I appreciate your advice, but you are still a tyrant, and so was I. So I appreciate if you could actually stand up instead of, don't be proud to say if you want, and I'm not saying, stand up and you'll understand what I said. Elijah, on probation, had completed his terms of release. I called the county personally. I brought him. I was involved. I called my attorney to make sure this transition went smooth from one county to the other. He was okay to be released because he had completed his terms of all his probation hours. I have called the county myself. We can summons just this court record and this should be dropped. They already know this. That was his terms of being released into another county. That's why we're for 3 years. If you are FBI and some kind of tyrant police officer like myself, then you would know, yes, you're not probation, but you're aware of probation on how that works. You convict somebody, they go into probation, they have a assessment of risk to reoffend. It is a job of probation to lower that risk assessment through whatever their crime was, to lower the risk to reoffend and to help them to get off the system. That is what probation's job is to do. They have not done any of this for my son. They failed to do this. So they're a failure, And I will not stand by and let these tyrants, I don't care what kind of stupid clown suit they wear, they're a corporation and they're a bunch of thugs. It should take a rocket scientist to figure this out. One call could have cleared this up. These are a bunch of tyrant thugs, criminals wearing clown suits called sheriffs and FBI and CIA and DOD and NSA, a bunch of idiot corporation enforcing capital letter law. You do the works of your father, the devil, and I did it myself, so at least I can stand up and call myself out and rebuke and go by God's law. So, Oh, well, the way I'm exposing is confusing to you because maybe you took too many of the jabs. But you called. Why didn't have anything in writing, though, a judge? Okay, well, whatever. So, Cheeto, you're not doing anything. Goodbye, Cheeto. So, anyways, I'm going to keep the live stream going. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to step away from the camera, take a break. You guys are idiots and stressing me out. So, you don't know your ass from a hole in the ground, and I'm sorry you don't. So, and I'm sorry that you serve this tyrannical police department agency, whatever you did. I rebuke you, and I wish you'd stand up and start going after these cops that you work for and tell them and stand up and tell everybody that you enforced capital letter law. You put people in jail for victimless crime with the state. You're guilty as I am. You are just as guilty, you tyrant. You're a tyrant working for the FBI. You're a tyrant working for the police department, putting people in jail for victimless crime. The state is the victim. See, you're a thug, just like I was. At least I won't stand for that anymore. So I hope you don't stand for that. And there's not one good cop in America right now, guys, enforcing capital letter law, Black's law, right? Says that, oh yeah, what about natural law, the Fourth Amendment, right? This is insanity under your corporal, right? Your capital letter name. But these stupid, ignorant jackboot thugs don't even know the law that they're enforcing. So they're going to come against a man who's going to assert his Fourth and Second Amendment rights if they come out here. And obviously, I know how to assert my first. So whoever you were, you jackboot thug, rebuke yourself and start speaking up and calling out all these cops in America. They stood during down the COVID, and they could have put all those cop cars, Bearcats, MRAPs, all those SWAT heavily armed vehicles. Thank you, Ronald Reagan, for the war on drugs. There you can thank for your SWAT team. Okay. All these were brought over from veterans like myself, and then from the desert were brought over and given to these agencies. Yeah, these could have all been put in front during the COVID the second time, but instead they stood down. That's why these cops don't like and they're harassing me right now, because I stood up during the COVID, guys, to the sheriff, to the county, and to the governor out here. This goes a lot deeper than you idiots in here speaking up and speaking out of order. I've been standing for this country since I was 17. I joined the United States Army as a child. So don't tell me I didn't take and do my time and have the right to stand up. You can't shut me up. I defended your right to have free speech. You understand? Yeah, you're an idiot, Elizabeth. You don't even know. Worrier. Get out of here. I ain't worried or anxious about nothing. I'm ready to have holes put in my body. Are you worried about that? Are you willing to make a call to try to help out? Or you just want to sit in here and run your mouth, Elizabeth? You just want to run your mouth. Your First Amendment right. Are you even an American? So, you say warrior? Sorry. I'm salty, guys. This is pissing me off. My son already did this. This shit already taken care of. And I'm not a warrior. I'm a soldier of God. I'm a soldier of God. I'm a soldier of God. That's what I do. So, my bad, Elizabeth. My bad. I'm just salty. This is frustrating. I should have never had to done this. I apologize, Elizabeth. It's hard. I'm trying to do what's right for my son. If you have kids, then you know what I'm talking about. I think any one of you guys would do the same thing right now to protect your kid. And that's all I'm doing, guys. I'm trying to protect my son. I apologize, Liz. I'm frustrated, guys. This shouldn't have gone this far. I already have called and spent hundreds of hours with these people. So I'm probably going to end up going to jail over this. My dogs are going to be without somebody. I don't know what to do, but it is what it is, guys. At least I'll go down knowing that I tried to do what I could to do for my son before they could throw him in a cage again illegally, that I made sure that I stood in between that. And I won't drown, zero regrets, none. They're going to arrest him either way, then I'm going to come in between them. They shouldn't even arrest him at all, guys. They shouldn't even be arresting this young man at all. He did what he was supposed to do. the terms of him leaving from Lake County to Lane County were that his hours were completed, and I was involved. I even called my attorney, guys, okay, at halfway through, because Elijah had already completed all his community service. I was trying to get him off, but he still had restitution to pay, so we couldn't get off halfway between. He had already completed the community service. That's why nothing was said for the first 18, and then he almost went full 3 years before they sprung it on him in the last 90 days and said, hey, look, you know what I'm saying? Okay, well, why are you staying in here then, Will? You're staying in here. You're staying in here, and you have the balls to open up your mouth and say what you just said. Why don't you open up your mouth and do something, or get the hell out of my chat? You're a freaking idiot. Get out of here, Will. Leave. Seriously. Oh, it's interesting. So you're just go see Pornhub. Go jerk your chain somewhere else. Don't come back in here ever again. You filthy, disgusting swine. Getting off on other people literally possibly could lose my life. And you're sitting here and think it's interesting. Why don't you make a phone call? Call the state right now, guys. You want to help out a man who's trying to help his son out? You know, my son did get convicted of a crime. Yes, he did. He made a mistake. He made a mistake, and he got convicted of it. And then he did his probation. Okay, it's not like he's innocent, but then he got convicted, and he was sentenced to probation, which he did. And he had a certain amount of community service hours to complete, which he did, and a certain amount of restitution, which he didn't get all of it, but the insurance ended up covering it, so he doesn't have that. He should be able to be released immediately. So they don't want, Ken, thank you so much, Ken. Thank you so much, Ken. I appreciate the efforts. I owe you, Ken. I don't know how to pay you back, but I owe you for just the effort, man. I'm indebted to you, okay? I mean, Ken, I thank you. All I can do is try for this kid, you know? He's in Lake. I need you to call Lake and Lane County Sheriff's Office and tell them, let's stop this. I don't have the number, guys. On the top, you can look up Lake County Sheriff's Office. If you wore them out, thank you so much, Ken. Man, what a blessing. And I just recently saw you just came into this chat, I think maybe a week, 2-3 days ago or something. Man, I can't thank you enough. So Lake County, Oregon, and Lane County, Oregon, guys. And guys, if Elijah hadn't done his probation, then he needs to finish it, right? But he did, guys. They can't make you do more than they ask you. And they did. And he did, guys. He put his head down with zero pride and started doing more hours again after he had already done them all. Already completed them. He had zero pride and still got no trouble. Imagine being how upset he was having to redo all his hours, all the gas and time and money, and being paid no hours, no money for none of that, which he had already completed. That this young man has no pride. He doesn't. He is a young man of God, and I'm very happy to call him my son. And that's why I'm willing to stand up for him. Because if he wasn't a man of God, I wouldn't sup with him. Okay. But he believes in a higher power, and he knows that this is God's will. He's hard for him to wrap his brain like that, but he's still very mature. For 25, he acts like he's been around for millions of years. You know what I'm saying? Not like that. We're all eternal, brothers and sisters, but he just doesn't seem to let this get him down. He just keeps putting and pushing through. So I'm trying to do what's right, guys, for my son. And I would do it for your kids too, guys. I would do it for your kids. They're going to get pissed, guys, but what are we to do here? So if you help me out, guys, I'll be indebted. And if I don't go to jail, you guys come out and see me. I got cabin rentals. I'll give you some cabin rentals out here. I'm trying to build some I'm just trying to be a peaceful guy, guys. I'm not a violent man. I've been prior veteran in law enforcement. I don't want to go back to any of that. I don't want to engage with anybody. I don't. I want to be peaceful and left alone, and my son to be left alone, let him have his own life. He deserves to get his life back, guys. He has been in the system for, 2019. He was almost off probation for something that he was involved with me, but he had a couple months right before, again, the same thing happened, and he got in trouble. And I still think that's a bunch of crap that they did to him, because this county here still cannot produce any evidence Look up that thing. Not one stitch of evidence did they ever produce. Not physical evidence did they ever produce any physical evidence. Not, oh, we got these cigarette butts. They never had any DNA on him. They didn't have anything. And they still tried to railroad him and convict him. So that's how I had to get involved with this county the last time. So this all starts. This has a history. But when he got in trouble again, they sentenced him, and he did exactly what he was supposed to do. So that's what he was supposed to do. And he completed his terms of probation. And so it doesn't matter what he was convicted of. He did. If any of us can do anything wrong, guys, but if you get convicted and they give you a sentence, which didn't go to jail, he was released and he had probation and he had community service. Okay. He didn't hurt anybody. There was no other he didn't hurt anybody. This wasn't no assault or anything like that. Wasn't what happened, guys. Okay. So, he like I said, so what ended up happening is he got in trouble, and then they put him in, they gave him, put him in jail. He got released, and then he got probation. He had his terms of release, which was to complete a certain amount of community service hours and restitution. So he had completed all his community service hours before he even left this county. He just didn't want to live out here, guys. County's pretty rough out here. We live off grid. He wanted to go back and, running water, flushing toilets. So yeah, he did his time, guys. Elijah had done his time. When you do the crime, you do the time, and Elijah did his time. He hasn't got no more trouble, guys. Nothing. He hasn't done anything. He's peaceful. He stays at home. He plays some online different games, racing games, and some other stuff. He has online. He's a peaceful guy online. He's not, no other convictions of anything. I don't think he's got a speeding ticket. I don't think he has no criminal convictions. He's done nothing, guys. The guy's done everything he's supposed to do. So what? He made a mistake. He was young and he made a mistake but he's not done any of that. He's done what he was supposed to do. And now they've got sheriffs out here coming to arrest him. And, the sheriffs can't call, but they can issue arrest warrants. And this is getting out of control, guys. So I have to step in and protect my son, because they will throw him back in jail, because they already did it once illegally. And I'd already called the sheriff's office and said, hey, you guys get this taken care of. I've already called the probation office. I've already spoken with the duty supervisor. I've already spoken with the receptionist. I've already spoken with all these people. I've got plenty of hours. As I told you, the first time before he could ever leave here, I was involved as his dad. I called my attorney, because I have an attorney over in Lake County that is best attorney, and I wanted his advice. What do we do? He's going over there. What do I do? He said, Tracy, that's probation. I can help you, but that's not, he needs to, whatever the terms. So we made sure all that was taken care of before he ever left. I even called Lake County Sheriff's Office and down to the probation and said, look, I need to make sure that Elijah has no more hours to complete, and make sure all his hours are done. We're double checking. We're making sure that all this is taken care of. I called my attorney. Yep, Elijah has no more hours. His hours were released. Okay, good. That's okay. So his terms are released. He'll be able to go. Okay, everything's good. I've been involved the whole time, guys. They just want to keep sweeping me under the rug, but I'm not going away now. Do you see why I had to step in and arrest my son and not let them put him in jail again? Most people would have laid down and just let it happen. I can't let the law do this, because they're being tyrants. They already illegally. Kresha should be arrested. The head of probation in Lane County should be arrested this weekend and put under investigation, because I called her office and let her know multiple. We guys have a lot of phone calls from Kresha. I don't know her last name. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Her first name is Kresha. She's the head of the supervisor of Lane County, Oregon. The job of Lane County, Oregon, any probation office, is to get the offender to lower their risk to repeat to offend, and then get them off of probation. Elijah has made several requests by going there, talking to them, requesting his hours. Yeah, I know. Our hours are getting limited. We're almost done. This is almost over, guys. It's not going to be too much longer here. This sun is dropping down in my face. We got another hour or two, and I'm sure they're going to move in, guys. So if you can help me out before it happens, maybe they'll decide to stand down if we can get enough people calling and call the state troopers, call the state of Oregon and say there's something going on there in Lake County. What's going on out there? Send the news out there, guys. Somebody call Bend, Oregon and say there's a stand up. Don't call it a standoff. I'm standing up right now. I want to do this peacefully. I don't want violence out here. I want zero violence. I don't want any violence. I am armed and I am willing to assert my Second Amendment if somebody comes on this property illegally. You better call out who and what you're searching and where. I know the law. You can't just randomly come on this property. You better have a warrant that's calling to who you're going to search and which areas you're going to search. You cannot search anywhere else on this property. So you better have the right paperwork, but that's illegal. Because if you detain me and you convict me for whatever, you want to try to convict me of kidnapping, I want to tell you why I did what I did. And this case ain't going to be swept under the rug anymore, is it? They've swept it under the rug long enough to get me involved, brothers and sisters. And it's going to take me to finally get this evidence of my son already already completing this to get them to listen to this evidence. Isn't this ridiculous? Call these people up. Call the state of Oregon right now. Call the Federal Bureau of Investigation right now. Call the Department of Defense. I don't care. Call Joe Biden. Are you a thumper? You like these stupid idiot politicians? Call your thump buddy. Maybe he can do something about it. Probably not. He didn't build no wall. You got the greatest jab. That's probably what's wrong with all these people who work in this industry. They took that greatest jab from Mr. Warp Speed, but I didn't. So I got a clear train of thought. You can't genetically modify me. Messenger, RNA. No, thank you. I'll pass. Not sticking no Q-tip up my nose. That's how you vaccinate. That's how we vaccinate cattle out here in the country. 1, 2, 3, 4. Does that sound familiar? 5. Yeah, through the mucous membrane. So they know who they're up against, guys. I've been fighting with this government too. So I'm sure that's why I'm having a lot of issues right now too. Because I've been standing up. You don't end your tourist service just because your DD 214 ends and it says honorable discharge. That's not it. Your tourist service is not over. So I'm going to stand up for the rights of the people so this doesn't happen to your kid. Imagine if this was your kid in this place, guys. Would you stand up and do what I did, or would you just lay down and let him put your kid in a jail, in a rape cage against his will? Well, I'm standing up for what I believe is right. So it hurts my heart, guys. I don't want to be going through this. So yeah, my poor dogs, guys. My dog's going to be without me. That sucks. They have a hard time being without their dad. So it is what it is, guys. It's God's will, though. Okay, guys? It's God's will. It's okay. God, everything is happening here. Everything that is happening here right now is God's will. Don't forget that, guys. My son is very aware of that, too. Even though his wife, and he is very upset, he is very aware this is God's will. If God wanted anything different to happen, it would be happening 100% different. So don't please lose faith on that, brothers and sisters. Both myself and my son have, like Daniel, like lion's den faith. You know what I'm saying? Lion's den faith. So he's all right. He's going to be all right. We might lose our life. It's just a life. I don't want that for his girl. His girl does not need to be. She's too young. She's too young. She don't need to be without him. They need to make it. They deserve happiness. She has stood by his side through a lot of crap. You know what I'm saying? He has stood. She has stood by him through this tough time and has not left him. And he's kind of hard to deal with. My son is not. I'm not going to lie to you. He's a lot like his father. The apple don't fall far from the tree, brothers and sisters. It just don't. You know. So, but he's a good young man and he's a man of God. And I would go to war for him. And I am right now. So today we're fighting that battle. This is how we do it. I probably should. All right, give me a second. I need to, let me take a break, guys. Just hang tight with me. I'm going to keep this live stream going and walk away from my camera here, but I'll come in and get it if I need it. What are you doing out here, kitten boy? What are you doing here, kitten boy? Get him. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. The Silver Lake stand up. Not off. Stand up. We're standing up for our rights. Get up, stand up. We appreciate you guys that made phone calls. Ken, I owe you. Come out and see me if we can make through this. I have some high desert cabins out here that I'm going to be trying to rent out. They're called moonshine cabins, guys, not alcohol. They're called moonshine because it's got a beautiful view of the stars. If we can make it through this alive, Ken Folk, I owe you, man. You could stay a day, 2, 3 a week on me, man, on me. Bring the family. This is a good place. It's not normally like this. It's a very peaceful place that I'm at, brothers, sisters, and normally most people just want to be left alone out here, and that's the same thing with me. I want to be left alone. Don't want to have somebody in my life, and finally, my son's going to get to move out here, and they're going to throw him in jail. Guys, this is hard for me, and it's hard for him, and it's hard for his lady, and my animals feel the stress right now. You guys know how much my animals feel this stress right now? How many times have you seen me live stream? And every time I live stream, those animals are right next to me. They're right next to me, correct? If you've been following me, you know I flip over there and they're always just right there or right below my feet. My animals are protecting him right now. My animals aren't even with me right now. They know something's going down. They're with him. They're protecting him. My animals always stay with me. My animals don't leave my side. I didn't tell them, brothers and sisters. They're protecting him. I didn't tell them to stay with him. You know that. They're right next to me. They're protecting him. They know what's going on, guys. These dogs aren't stupid. That's how much I love my animals, guys. I don't have to tell them, and they're where he's at. I went outside because he's not with me. He's in a separate area. I have him, and the dogs are out of where he's at. I love those dogs, guys. What good dogs they are, making sure that he's safe, and his wife. I know they feel his stress. Those dogs love him too. That was one, Tango was 13 years old, guys. That's his boy. Tango, that's his boy. Elijah's his boy. I'm his dad, but that's his boy. That's the one he gets to play with. Old dad, grumpy old dad. And I love because he's my dog, but he still loves his boy. And he's protecting them right now. It was so awesome to go out and check on the dogs because they're not here and they're over there with him. So, hey, Brandon, thank you guys. You guys are the best, man. Giving these guys hell. At least we went down with a fight, guys. You know what I'm saying? Peaceful too. We went down peacefully, fight, using our voice, trying to do this without a fight. I'm trying to do this without fighting, guys. I don't want to fight from these people. If they want to fight, that's because they brought it to me, okay? If they want to fight, they're going to bring it to me, okay? I don't want to fight. I'm not going to them. I'm not going to go outside. I have this place locked up. Like I said, I went out there and showed you on the live stream. I have large tractor tires blocking the exits. So they're not coming through these exits. If they do, they're going to have to come through the brush, over a fence. That's not going to be good, guys. They're going to be coming guns a blare. And if that's how it works, they're going to be knocking down things and trying to run through walls. And I know I've done this. I've been a SWAT team member, guys. I was certified by LAPD, Los Angeles Police Department in Hawaii. Fort Schaffner. Yes, by Metro, LAPD. I was SWAT and SRT certified. Okay, I've been a SWAT team member. I know what they do. I've had that position. I was a shield man, first man in the door. Hoorah, direct a threat. Don't ever forget it. I know the dialect is slow and smooth. That's how I'm going to operate. That's what you see right now. Slow and smooth. Okay, Kid Will Guy. Oh, yeah. Ken, you got any family and we can make it through this? You're more than welcome to come out here. Any one of you guys can help me out. I will help you out. You guys, let's all come out here. If we can make it through this, let's just have a big celebration. If we can get through this, if you want, I'm not into holidays or any of that, but man, if you guys help me out by calling, you guys can more than welcome to come out and come visit, guys. I have a couple cabins, like we'll work it out. Give me a couple weeks and I'll bust butt with my son. You know what I'm saying? I'll bust butt. I'll have Elijah help me and we'll get you in here, and I'll clear out of this Rusty Cowboy, and I'll clear out of the Rusty Cabin, and we'll get that done. And Elijah and I will move the motorhomes and stuff away, and we'll stay in the little motorhomes, and you guys can stay in the cabins up here. On me, man. We'll barbecue at night. We'll have dinner. You can stay to yourself. You don't have to have any you can check in if you just want to be a regular guest too. And please let me help you out, you know, if you can help me out. So okay, I appreciate it, guys. I know they're getting probably pretty pissed right now. You guys are the best. You guys are the best. So like I said, let me go look at my dogs. Let me go check on Elijah, check on his lady. Obviously, I'm holding them against their will. They're not leaving. I have their keys. I have their batteries. They're not able to leave the property. Everything's shut up. But I do need to make sure I'm making sure that they're fed and that they're trying to keep their stress levels down. Okay. The dogs are kind of helping me right now, obviously keeping an eye on them, but I need to go put an eye on them. That this is not easy for them, guys. It's now or never, guys. Either my son's going to prison for something he really shouldn't even go to prison for, or my son and I are both probably going to prison. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want this, guys, because I tried before. This should have never gone to this. So thank you, Father. Let's give thanks to God right now, guys. Let's give thanks to God, because he tells us, thank God for all things. Thank you, Father, as difficult as this is. Thank you that I have people in here supporting me right now and supporting my son, calling them. You guys are a blessing, and God is watching what you're doing right now. Not whether we ask for the reward, but he will pour out a just measure on all of us, brothers and sisters. So those of you who use your voice peacefully, not by the threat of violence, not by the threat of a gun, but peacefully, all glory to God. You guys are a blessing to me. Okay. So please, 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 I'm an Army veteran. So please accept, you know, my thanks. That's all I can give you right now is my thanks. You're a blessing to me and my son and his wife and my animals in this country too right now. And God will, this is what he likes. He likes it when we stand with our brothers and sisters. That's what he said. Iron sharpens iron, right? Iron sharpens iron. So we're going to thank God for this difficult today. And if we lose our life, it's okay, guys. My son is ready to die today. I'm ready to die. If that's what they want to come and shoot us, then that's fine. But it's not what we want. I don't want that. He is not going to, he's not here. Like I said, he has no access. That's why I need to go check on him. I'm in an area I have arms here. I am armed and ready to use my Second Amendment right, if they so be it. That's not a threat. I have the right to protect this property. I've taught this. He said, do not avenge yourself. Let vengeance be mine. So I'm not going to go outside this border. Do you understand? I'm not going to go outside of this. It's locked up. If they come within the confines of my property, I'll see if I can do it peacefully. First, I'll use the ballots or my voice, but then I will use the bullets. Do you understand? Okay. So I don't want to do that though. He doesn't have any access to any weaponry. Neither does his girlfriend. They're all in my presence. They're not in the same building. So they're watching this. Don't give you any super, you come for me. I'm the man with the gun. I'm the man that's armed. I have the weapons. I don't want to use them. But if you come on my property and you legally detain me without a warrant, I will use my Second Amendment right. You better not, if you leave, I won't put one in the back of you. But if you approach me, you're going to end up with that Oscar hole in your head disease. I am not playing around no more. Do not come on this property without a warrant. And you better have a warrant for who you're searching and the exact location and called out. And if you're found anywhere else on this property, you have broken the law. You could not enter my property without a warrant. Don't you think about coming on this property. You take care of this one phone call and all of this would go away. All of this would go away, brothers and sisters. One phone call and this could all be a go away. Elijah already did what he was supposed to do. That is not a threat. That's not a threat. That is the right to protect my property. I am not going to start throwing rounds at anybody that is not on this property. But if somebody comes on this property without a warrant, I have the right to deem them under my Fourth Amendment an intruder and use my Second Amendment. I don't want to do this, guys. I want to get the phone call. Tracy, okay, we got it. It's just a clerical error. It got a little crazy there, but we're going to go ahead and let Elijah off probation. Okay, thank you. We won't sue you. I will not. If they will stand down, I will not sue Crescia. I will not sue Lane County. And I will not sue Lake County. I won't sue these police departments for what they've done. I will stand down and we'll live here peacefully and we'll just go along. We'll be a part of the community, but we will not cause any violence, and we'll stand down. They need to stand down, let Elijah off probation because he had already completed his hours, and this can all go away. I'm not standing down until then, brothers and sisters. I refuse to stand down. This is probably going to go down tonight. It's probably be within an hour or two. So let me go spend some time checking and making sure my son is okay, because I might not get to see him ever again. And I love that young man. And I'm so happy that he's settled in his heart. He's scared out of his mind. He does not want to be without his wife. That's the last thing he wants. It's already happened to him. He made mistakes in the past. He's already been in jail, guys. He knows what it's like. He doesn't want that again. And they just recently arrested him again illegally when they never should have done that. He can file a lawsuit against them for the last time they arrested him. So we will stand down. You understand? We will stand down. We will stand down. We'll stand down. We will not sue the county if they drop the charges and square this out. We'll just equal measure, just measure for everybody, and it's done. It's done. I just want my son to have his life back, guys. He just wants to be a peaceful man. He does not want to fight with anybody. He does not want to be convicted, guys. He wants to have a normal life. He made mistakes. Now, I said I got my son in trouble. The first time he ever got in trouble, that was my fault, guys. My fault. But my son still talks to me. And he was this close from getting out of, which I got him in trouble. This close. I got him in trouble. He was this close to getting off probation, and he got in trouble. So that's just what is happening. So he got in trouble again. And he did everything he was supposed to do. You guys, he was on reduced supervised probation for 3 years almost. Well, maybe at least a couple years. On unsupervised reduced, because he had done everything. You know what I'm saying? He was on the lowest form of supervised probation, unsupervised probation. They just like, or they changed some, they revamped something now, but it was because he has done already that he was supposed to do. So I feel so bad for the young man, because not only did he do what he was supposed to do, but then he put his head down and he went back and did the hours over again. He did the hours over again, and then they arrested him because he didn't get them done fast enough, which he had already completed them, which I have record of. I called the county. I don't have physical, but I can summons my phone record. I can summons my attorney more than one time and say, hey, remember when I called you for Elijah to get released? Yeah, you called me to ask me what to do. And yep. And then, okay, I call. Look at all this evidence that they're running from, guys. So they can't. If they come here and convict me for kidnapping my son, what is my case going to be about? Well, why did you kidnap your son? Oh, gee, I kidnapped him because, no, I'm not kidnapping. I'm protecting him from you criminals so you don't throw him back in a rape cage again. He's facing 7 years on a downward departure now, guys. He's not going to go to jail for 7 days. He's looking at like 7 years to be thrown in prison when he'd already done everything. He'd never been in any trouble. He got one probation violation recently because of the stupid hours thing that I already tried to call and said, take care of this, Crescia. You're the head of supervisor. You're supposed to be getting these people off probation. The risk assessment is to find out what their crime they committed. They need, Elijah wasn't convicted of like any kind of crime against a person or anything. So, but if there was or something, not in his case, they might have to do like anger management. In his case, it wasn't like that, guys. That's not what happened to him, but they're going to risk assess you so you don't reoffend. That's part of what probation is there to do. Help you get yourself off probation. They have done nothing to help Elijah out to get off probation. And now if these cops come here, they're going to arrest me and him. We're both going to jail, guys. Either that, or if I decide to protect this, they're going to shoot me, guys. If I try to protect myself, they will shoot me. I know that. These are a bunch of thugs. They love pumping people full of lead. That's all they want. They're like crackheads. with ID and death. They gotta have it. Yes, they are. They're thugs. I know they are. I know their type. I've seen them. I've been one myself. I know their type. The shoe fits, wear it. Yeah, the shoe's been on the other foot. I've worn it. And now I stand against it. So thank you for helping me out. I'm going to take a break because I'm getting overworked up and I probably only have a couple more hours with my son. So hopefully it won't turn out like this, but pray for God's will, guys. If you're to pray for anything, we pray for God's will. If God wants me and my son to die today, then pray for that. Pray for God's will. If God wanted us to die today, then don't pray for me to not die. You understand? Pray for his will. And if God doesn't want me to die, then that's not going to happen, is it? Don't change God's will. Please, guys, pray for his will. And thank you. Thank you, God, for this difficult day. Okay? I'm going to thank him, God. This is not what I want, but we're supposed to thank him for all things, guys. So I thank him. So don't get in the way of the will of the Father for me, okay? Please pray for his will. God wants this to pass, it will come to pass. If God wants it to continue, it will continue. God has already done everything. He brought it to this point. Hallelujah. I love the Father. You know he's hard to, difficult is the path, straight is the gate. So this is what a man of God does when he's faced with adversity. He stands up for his God-given right, correct? That's what we're doing here. History's being made today, guys. Thank you for being a part of that. Whoever made those phone calls, God watched you. Your treasure is in heaven. You will be rewarded in heaven, because if I'm right, what I'm saying, and you stood in with this to fill that gap, you stood up with a man of God to try to stand peacefully, okay? So it's okay, you guys. It's all going to work out. If I lose my life, so be it. My son will be all right. I already told my son, when I die, if he witnesses my death, I want my son to go peacefully. If I lose my life today, I want my son to go peacefully. Just give him your wrist, Elijah. Turn around and let him arrest you. Okay? Please don't call this number again. I love you, Sarah. I owe you, sister Sarah. Sarah, what a beautiful biblical name. Sarah, who couldn't have children, who reared Isaac, right? Abraham, oh, hallelujah. What a powerful name in scripture. Proof that God can do anything, guys. Sister Sarah could not have children. Do you understand? Sarah was she wasn't as old as her husband, right? Right. But Abraham, she was not able to have child. There was no way she had already passed. There was no way she would rear. Remember, Abraham, that he wasn't old enough. He didn't have no sperm. And yet God told them, gave them the date and gave them the name, right, of their child. So if God can make Sarah's, fertile again, and Abraham is seed, then there's nothing that my Father cannot do. So what a blessing. Sarah's name is a beautiful biblical name. Sarah's such a beautiful proof of how powerful the God's Father. He is it's unfathomable. You take a woman who had already gone through menopause, guys. Her body was not designed to rear children ever again. And somehow Abraham, not a seed in the man, not one fertile seed in the man, and Isaac, the promise, hallelujah. Right? So this is what you do, guys. You remind yourself of how powerful God's power is. And no matter what, like Daniel, you let him throw us into the lion's den. Okay? I'll try to go without a fight, guys. You have my word. I'll try to go without a fight. But they're not going to come and just, unless they want to talk, I'm going to show them I ain't playing. Okay? If they can talk, we'll talk it out. If not, first come the ballots and then will come the bullets. That's my promise to you right now. My son, he has no access to any of it. Okay? So he will go peacefully. You mark my words. He will go peacefully against his will. He will not. I will not go peacefully, guys. I will not. You understand? So, this is what a man of God does. Like Daniel, he has faith. Throw me in the lion's den, right? Faith. Like Sarah, like Abraham, never doubted. for 1 minute, like when Abraham went up there and he said, right? And he drew that back, and never once did he ever falter, did he? Even Abraham was much like Daniel, right? He had faith like Daniel, didn't he? Yes, he did. He was going to slaughter and sacrifice his own child. Correct? That's right. What a beautiful story. So, Sarah, I appreciate your commitment to this cause here. I know it's not an easy thing to call and deal with these people. I've had to deal with them. They're not nice people down there. So, you guys are a blessing. So, give me a minute to go check on my animals, guys. Greeting, thank you so much. I love you, sister. Lady in Red, you've been such an asset. I hope this is not our last live stream. This could be the last predestined light for live stream for a while, guys. So enjoy it, guys. Your blessing. You've been such a blessing to this ministry too, and I thank you for your superior moderation and then always admiring our troll count. So it is, guys. Thank you so much. It's a blessing, you know. So it's gonna suck if this goes down like right now, you know, because I'll miss you guys tremendously. You know, I'll be locked up, and well, it'll be better than being locked up out here in the middle. But my son will finally be able to come back, guys. So hopefully God will allow that. So let me go check on the young man. Okay. Sarah, just pray for the will of the Father, please. Don't get in the way of the will of the Father. Don't if he wants something to happen for me and Elijah tonight, please don't make that any. Don't pray for anything. Father, Tracy, and Elijah, there's something that's going on. I want your will to be done. If you could, don't pray for anything else. Don't get in the, please make her come back. Please, God, please. I love her. Don't get, maybe God knows what he's doing. Let him do what it is. So there we go. You guys, I'm okay, guys. I'll be all right. I mean, it's a good day to die. I'm eternal. I come back either to the abyss or to be a king and reign and rule over this earth. So thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Give me a minute. I love you guys. You guys are a blessing. I'm going to keep stream going because I want to keep the stream going, because if they show up, I want this stream running. Okay, so we can film it all. You get to guys see it all live. If I get to lose my life, you get to be a witness. Whoa! Did you see what they just did to him? That's up. So anyways, give me a minute. Where's my water? There it is. What a blessing this ministry has been. And you guys have made this whole last 6-8 months so much more of a blessing, guys, to have you guys by my side. Even though we couldn't be together in person, man, I know some of us hopefully will be together on the other side. You know, your brothers and your sister is not your blood. Your mom and your dad are not your mother and father. Your family and God is the bride of Christ. That's your brothers and your sister and your mother. That's who I hope I yoke with, brothers and sisters. People I'm with after I die, after this lifetime. My reward is in heaven, after he destroys this place with fire and says he'll make a new earth and a new heaven. So, hallelujah. Go check on my boys, my kids, the lady. It's okay. Dogs are whining. They're a little stressed over the dad. Come on, girl. I know. Come on. I'm letting you up. Come on, sweetheart. Come on, mama girl. There's your girl. There's my good titted girl. Oh, just watching TV. Well, we still got 30 people hanging out. So what's the hap with the craps here, guys? What do you got? Anybody made any progress off with these online? Any of these sheriff's office got an online thing you can bug them there. There's another place to bug these people. So I don't know. I had to spend a little minute with my son. I don't know how much. We don't have much more time, guys. So they're probably going to roll up here pretty soon, and I don't see him waiting to do this. So so I was trying to figure out, like I said, this might be the last time I get to be with my son. He's not happy, and this is crazy that this has gone this far. So I just don't think he's going to go peacefully, man. He doesn't want to go sit in the jail cell. He's already done his time, and he did his community service, and one phone call could change all this. And they don't want to make the phone call. Instead, they want to surround this house. So I'm sure they're getting everybody involved, as many people as they can. So appreciate anybody who's made an attempt to try to call the sheriff's office and tell them to stand down. This is insane. So no, they won't answer my calls. They won't answer my calls. No, I've tried to get him to come to my house for months, 6 months, a year. No, he won't answer. They won't return my calls. Nobody will talk to me about it. So I can't get the head of probation to talk to me anymore. I can't. This is insane, So he didn't do anything. He did everything he was supposed to do. He's 25 years old. He got convicted of a crime. He was prosecuted. They released him on probation. He was released with a certain amount of community service hours. I had to straighten it out. He had 133 hours is what they said he had to do. So it doesn't matter which crime he committed. The fact that he was released on probation and he had come all the way down to reduced supervised probation for 3 years, nothing was said to him. So it's a bunch of idiocracy. I was involved in the case myself to make sure that he left this county, that all his community service was completed. That was the terms that he was released from this county to Lane County, from Lake to Lane County, was because he had completed all his community service. I know, I personally, I was involved. I called my attorney. I have record. This is how lame these two police departments are. How lame I've spoken with the head of probation myself. So either way, you're not going to help me unless you're willing to make a call. So goodbye. So these might be my last hours to be free, because I'm sure they're going to come try to convict me now. So it is what it is. I'll face whatever charges, and my son's not happy about that. And he knows what's about to happen, and he's really upset. So, and he doesn't know what to do. He did everything he was supposed to do. He already did his community service. He completed everything was up until after 3 years, nothing was said to him. And they spring 130 hours on him, and, with 3 months to go. And he called me, and I got involved already and told him to get this taken care of. This young man had already completed this. So I called the number in the county. The lady said that no calls have been made in that place. She laughed when I told her I was calling since she was there. I didn't say there's a standoff. I said we're standing up for our rights. I have this place barricaded. That's why they laugh. They're idiots. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he was guilty there, Wonder Woman. I never said he wasn't guilty. So what the hell are you talking about? He was convicted of a crime. I just said that. Don't be stupid, or I'll boot your hell ass out of here. I ain't got time to play with your idiocracy game. Don't be an idiot. He was convicted of a crime. He was released from probation. with community service and restitution. Shut up with your idiocracy. Don't sit there and act like you know anything. Don't act like you know anything. Seriously, stand up, do some research. They did it. I've seen this so many people. You don't know, you want to get involved. You want to do something, do some investigation before you start running your mouth. So I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. This is my last chance to keep my son from going to jail again. He had already done everything he was supposed to do. That's how he was released from Lake to Lane County. His community service was completed. I was involved. This is years in the process. They've been ignoring this for years, and it's not going to go away. So don't come in here and get involved in something unless you know what you're talking about, please. Nobody said he wasn't convicted. I said he was convicted. He was convicted of a crime. That's why he had probation. He wasn't convicted. Why would he have probation? So please don't be stupid in here. And bye for typing in capital letters. That's a good way to get kicked out of here. Normally, when we don't have these issues, only my moderators get to type in capital letters. Only I get to raise my level in here. You know, normally it's pretty controlled in here. So, but we're a little loose here today because we have the law enforcement sheriffs in the state. And yeah, Stan, oh yeah, no, they're not, but they're coming with their warrant for Elijah Werner. That's his name. If you want to know, that's my son. I'm Tracy Werner, the one who's accosted his body and his girlfriend, his wife, and said, no, you're not going to put him in jail. So, so it is what it is, guys. I'm just being a little salty because I don't have much more time. And I want them to know I'm not playing. I'm tired of this, guys. I've spent hundreds of hours with community service, probation, the sheriff's office, trying to clarify all this, and they don't want to do nothing. But they're going to bring guns and blazes and try to put me and my son in jail over this. Watch. This shows you how far from the system it's corrupt and it's criminal. And they've already arrested my son's wrist and his body and put him in jail after he had already done everything he was supposed to do. So it's too much. It's too much. Normally I can hold myself. But tonight we're just going to be a little loose. Okay, lady, I apologize. I'm normally a little more reserved here, but no worries, brothers and sisters. I talked to my son and I told him we're supposed to thank him. That's the last thing I said. We're supposed to thank him for all things. I said, get back over there, son. There's people on that stream, you know, and they're probably a little concerned. So I appreciate anybody who's called Lake County and they're going to laugh and think this is funny, but they're literally already put an arrest warrant out for my son. And they've already arrested him once. And I was already involved, guys. I've already been involved multiple times. I've called my attorney on multiple when he was halfway through his probation to try to get him off, to try to get his, because if you have not been convicted of any crime, if you've not done anything, you've done all your community service, which he had already done and completed, because he got off here and moved to there because it was already completed. He still had restitution to pay. And it looked like I called my attorney when he was halfway through. So there's evidence as this as well, to try to figure out how much his restitution was. See, we can get it paid before he got off. So then he went all the way. Why did you censor your face? You, man, I've been on here live all day long. You idiots. I can't stand the world right now. Normally I'm so reserved, but shut up. Go look at my face earlier on the stream. You can go back in the stream, you idiot. I was walking around outside. Shut up. Apologize, guys. I don't have no control tonight. Get out of here. Act like you know something. Oh, he's hiding his face. Go hide your face. They're about to lock me and my son. I might be eating dirt here pretty soon, within hours. I might not have any light in my eyes ever again. They might take it. They can't take my soul. They can take this flesh, but they can't take that. So they can't take that light, the horizo. I'm a peaceful man. Meek, not weak. I'll stand up for, he stood up to the law and they put holes in him. Shiloh, my love. So that's what my son, I can tell he's struggling because he knows he's about to, potentially lose everything here. We've been here before. So God's will be done no matter what. God will judge myself and my son. So that's what I'm living by. Nobody said the end was 10/24/24, you idiots. I said it wasn't. It's a cycle, you moron. Sadistic savage, you moron. Nobody said it was the end. Well, nobody said that. Where are you coming up with that? End. Look at this moron right here. Complete, total idiot. Go watch the videos. I never said it was the end of anything. I said it's not the end. Hello, it's a cycle. We'll come out of it. We're going to make it. That's what I said. That's what I really wish we could just get through this little pinch here, this rough spot, guys, because, everything's going to work out either way. It's not going to end as years away. So don't be an idiot, please, in here and try to push some lies and distribute lies to others. Be a demon. I still have time to teach, until they get here. So that's what I'll do. Always serve my Father who art in heaven. Christ in you, brothers and sisters. The end is not, it's nigh, but we got always sorrows is what he says, okay? It's not the end, but the beginning. That's what I've been telling you. You see why I've just fired that truth. Eyes of fire, righteous judgment. This is the beginning, not the end, but the beginning of sorrows. Expect pains, birthing pains. I already told you new things would get worse. They're going to get worse before they get better. That's how it's going to work. If you don't believe in that, then you don't believe in the word of God, because that's where we're at in this book of the apocalypse, Revelation. That's what I am. I reveal these truths. The heavens, they know these things. The principalities, they know these things. Rulers, powers, darkness, spiritual wickedness, rulers of the darkness of this world, they know these things. The firmament has declared it. That's why. That's why. They know as is above, so is below. They do everything by the stars, brothers and sisters. So that's kind of my thing. So they're pissed off at me about that too. So they'll bring idiots in my chat and try to troll me. And most of them are government paid officials. That's how much of an idiot system these corporate idiots are. ABC, LBG, AAXY, CB, FBI, NBC, a bunch of crap is what they are. DOD down to the lowest Federal Bureau of Idiots at the bottom. Those imbeciles. Yeah, the Federal Bureau of Imbeciles, idiot corporation. I rebuke them. They're just a corporation. They're not God's law. So, whatever. I reveal these truths and they don't like that either. I reveal what these firmament declares and they don't like that either. I declare what they know that they're hiding from you, and that pisses them off. So I do not care. So you go back and look at my history. I've been pushing against this government. I worked for this government. I've been a police officer, law enforcement. I've had military police. I have this training. So I understand the way this tyranny system that's still 100% in place today, going and extorting people under this federal government, which is not there to make laws, but protect the inalienable laws of the land, God-given rights, one nation under God, not to make laws. It's not what the federal government was put in place for. Judicial, legislative, and executive. The way this system is set up now, you're guilty until you can prove otherwise. They'll throw you. See, my son, if they just look at the evidence, they'd see he had already done all his time. He's completed his community service. He had already done all his hours. You do the crime, you got to do the time, and he did it. And then he put his head down, and didn't have any pride. He lied to get me help to him out, which I stood in and said, okay, I will. I was already there to make sure, son, this is just a mix up. The county doesn't like me, so they're going to fuck with you, Elijah. How many times you ever heard me say that, huh? Please no cussing, guys. Seriously, I apologize. But that's what they're going to do with you, Elijah, because they don't like your dad. Because I mess with them and have since the beginning. And who else on the internet right now is telling you that the 45th president of the United States dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes using Tesla technology? I stand in my word. Yeah, I've been fighting these principalities, powers, spiritual wickedness with their little silly light shows and their UFOs and their Tesla technology, their lies, their demons, their distributive fortunes, playing with their artificial. There's no such thing as artificial. Advanced, yes. Artificial, don't be an idiot. A computer does not learn. Know how algorithms, know how quantum computing works. Do a little bit of research. Understand. Find somebody who's in that field. They'll tell you what I'm talking. This is all a big show. Like 81 million people voted for Joe Biden, my ass. Right? My two wings to the same dragon, two cheeks to the same hole. Like what I just said. Yeah, all on the same. And these people don't even see it. So I expose this and they don't like that. So now they're taking it out on my son. Just like my family did. My own blood. Took it out because they didn't like me. Because I wouldn't be their Hollywood and do all this money and all that. I like to live in the desert, be meek and I don't chase money. I chase knowledge, the aletheia, the word of God. And my son paid the price for that. And he's still paying the price right now. He did his time, brothers and sisters. He fulfilled his community service, our obligation right here in Lake County. I know because I got involved. I called Lake County. We can summons Lake County a record of Tracy Werner calling Lake County probation. Double checking, making sure. I want to make sure I'm calling my attorney to make sure before he gets out there that all his hours completed. I need to make sure. I want to make sure that you can summons by court record and find me. And he already completed it because in order to leave here, he had to have it complete. That's why nothing was said for three years to him. Almost 3 years. He went to be all the way down. I talked to him at halfway point on his, said, Elijah, you could get off probation halfway if you don't get in any trouble. Do what they tell you. Get this restitution paid off because I was trying to get him, and it was a lot of money, guys, and because they had it all put on him between 5 people that he was in, that he got involved with in this no person on person crime we got involved with, and that they gave, it looked like they were making him pay all the money. So I had to call my attorney and say, hey, how much does he owe? So not only did his probation officer never give him one action plan to remember, if you've ever been on probation, you know that they give you, they're trying to get you not to reoffend, and they assess you're going to reoffend. You have a certain level to reoffend. You understand? Okay, and that level is moderated by the probation officer on what they need to do according to which crime they were convicted of to try to get them not to reoffend, and then to lower that score to get them off probation. Elijah had never, when on his action plan, did it say for almost 3 years they did any probation or not probation, community service hours, because they were already completed back here in Lake County in order to be released in Lake County. These counties are aware where this, brothers, sisters, they know this, and what they're doing is criminal right now to my son. And that's why I chose to stand in and arrest him before these sheriffs, county, state, federal. I don't care who they send out here. I've arrested his body. I've arrested his girlfriend's body, and they're not going anywhere. I have their keys. I have their car batteries. They're not going anywhere. They need to straighten this out. And I've been calling and have spoken with probation more than a year ago for the same matter and said, you guys need to be on this and take care of this. This young man already did his obligation. He could have never left this county. I already called myself. I called my attorney. Okay, I've already been involved at halfway. Now stop this. Get this young man. He should be released. He's already done this. Do not make him do. You're already making him do, because he called me all upset, and I said, just jump through the hoops, Elijah. You got to do what they tell you. We'll get it figured out. There's no, Elijah, you'll be fine. I talked to my attorney. Remember, Elijah, I talked to my attorney before you went over there. I called Lake County. Remember, Elijah, I called them to make sure that your hours were, if we had to summons a foreign record, Elijah, they're criminal. What they're doing is used now as criminal. If we get the phone record, They'll see. Plus, Elijah, remember, you got released and nothing was said to you for 3 years. They would have had to have said something all along, Elijah. They're so guilty. There's no way. Dad, they're going to threaten to throw me in jail now. Elijah, they can't throw you in jail. Hold on. They'll get, called again. Kresha had her probation. Remember, we talked about this. Do not do this to, and she didn't care. She still threw him in jail. So they don't care right now, but I'm not going to let him go back in jail, guys. He already completed his hours. He already completed his hours, brothers and sisters. I was on the phone with probation, guys. I called my attorney the first time and then halfway through his probation to try to get him off early because he was already assessed way down on unsupervised. At first he was on supervised, but then he didn't have to do that because he'd never done anything. The only thing they ever got him on was a probation violation for not redoing all the hours over again because he couldn't get them done fast enough. They gave him some window and he was struggling, guys. It's hard to pay the bills in this world. After COVID, they struggle us. He's just a young man trying to make his way, but he did not commit any crimes. I don't think he's had a traffic violation, nothing. They got him on a technicality when the technicality is they should give this man his hours that he's already done. You do the crime, which he did. You do the time, which he did. He did the time. And now they're making him pay double, brothers and sisters. Now they're making him pay double. This young man should have a lawsuit. One, Kresha, the head of probation, should be arrested immediately this weekend. They should issue a warrant for Kresha, the head of probation of Lane County, for failing and negligence to do her job. She is the head of probation, as I told you, that is to assess the offender, get them risk assessed, and to lower their assessment, and then eventually try to get them away off. And they have not done one phone call. If Kresha, the head of probation in Lane County, would call Lake County, this could all have been taken care of. And I called her more than a year ago, trying to take care of this. And now they're going to downward departure my son and put him in jail, in prison. He's not going to jail. That's done. They've already done that. They kicked it back to this county and I drug him back to this county because we're not going to run. We're not running from this. This isn't a run away. Elijah's not absconding his probation. I have accosted him. He can't go back to Lane County. He can't go to Lake County. There's nowhere for him to report right now because I have him. He's reporting to keep his butt where he's at so he's safe, and his wife where she's safe, and my dogs are watching where he's safe. They're unarmed. I'm armed. I have my Second Amendment right. He does not. His was taken because he has a felony and he's not. His girlfriend does no crime. She's not a criminal, but she's not armed, and they won't want no violence, and neither do I. I want no violence. I want them to stand down. This needs to obviously go a little bit higher than the sheriff's office. Please somebody call somebody if knows somebody can help. That's all I'm trying to do is get my son some help. I hope you would stand in and do the same thing for your son. Go down, at least try, and die trying if you have to. My son is 25 years old, and just because he's not 18 don't mean I kicked him out. We might not always agree on everything. We've had some rough patches before, but he's a young man of God, and I can look in his eyes, and he's not wanting to die, but he will do whatever he has to. He does not want to go back under confinement, guys. He has already been arrested again, and he doesn't want to be away from. He'd already done this work almost completely, did like 350 some, I don't know, guys. It's ridiculous amount of time that he has already served. Morally double, like almost double the time that he should have ever done to begin with. This is out of control, guys. This is too much. So they have forced me to do this. I don't think I've committed any crime. They might try to come after me for kidnapping and put felony kidnapping charges against me or whatever. I'm protecting my son from this crooked law right now. And this country has gone south and rogue. History is being made, and I'm going to make sure that I go down in history myself personally, just like Christ said, conform to my image. And they put holes in him and killed him for not going by the law. Remember what Shiloh did and the price he paid in the flesh. 99% of these lollipop religions in the world have no idea what Christ paid and the price he paid. I do. I teach it. I know what he was convicted of. I know why they convicted him. He wouldn't go by the law, and they hung him and put holes in him. Does anybody want to hang you and pull holes in you? He said, conform to my image through his apostle Paul. Suffering, difficult is the path that leads to eternal life. Straight is the gate. So let him cut it off then, if supposedly. Not worried about the flesh. I'm not under that law. He fulfilled it in blood, holes in his hands, feet, and in the flesh. So I must pay the same price as he did. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves. Take up your cross daily and follow after me. I must do what he said. I must pay that same price. Spiritually, brothers and sisters, this is just flesh. For we wrestle not against flesh. I'm not under that. I'm not under that testament. It was fulfilled, right? That of the law, right? The old, he didn't abolish. Oh, yes, there were commandments I'm under, but not the law of the flesh. He paid for that. I'm not worried about this flesh, brothers and sisters. The price I pay will be rewarded to me in heaven. He'll turn me over and shake me out and turn me upside down and see what kind of treasure I have. He'll know my treasure is in heaven. What I do is of God, not of this earth. Be in it, but be not of it. So you got any suggestions? What would you do for your son? What would you do for your blood? You know, and he's more than my blood. He's my brother, mother, sister, son is what he is. He's a believer in the Most High, Shiloh. He believes that God predestined all things. No, that's not all. God wills either through self or agape. He has been taught predestination. He knows that God only chose oligos, just a fraction of people. So those he chose go through suffering. It's not up to me. I pay the price spiritually, but not of the flesh. So I'll teach until the day I die. I said, I want my last words to be not my own, correct? Did I have not said already on this platform more than a half a dozen times that more than a couple dozen times, more than, that I want my words when I die that come out of my mouth not to be mine, to be his. The words that are in that book, not of my own, but his words. My dying words would be his. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. So we must go down like this. He died for the law, brothers and sisters, because he stood up to the law, and that's who crucified him and killed him. Right? Wasn't Pontius Pilate? Was it? No, it was the Pharisees. Yep. The law. Apologize for being a little loose tonight. A little couple curse word slip, guys. I'm a little stressed. This could be my last night being free. I might not ever see my dogs again. That's stressing me out. My dogs need me, guys. But guess where my dogs are at right now? They're over there taking care of their boy. Actually, my dog's just barked, so give me a minute. I do, Mama Katie. So, they're going to bring SWAT, lady. I'm pretty sure they're going to bring SWAT. Because I'm not standing down. Cool. I appreciate it. Don't get yourself in trouble anymore, sir. You've put in a home run there, a heck of an effort. I can't ask you to try anymore. Don't get yourself in trouble over this, sir. Bless you. Bless you for trying. Let's stop with that, sir. I don't want to get you in trouble. Gosh, you guys are such a blessing, guys. I mean, there are probably other numbers. I'm not sure if you've tried to call the Lane County Sheriff's Office. That's another place you can call, is LANE, because that's who just revoked Elijah's probation and put his probation back over here. Yeah, so you can call those numbers, and I think she's calling a non-emergency line. Thank you, David, for stepping in. You can call that line all you want. If it's the non-emergency line. So bless you guys. Thank you, David. That's true. Very true. If you're calling the not, now you don't want to clog up because it's not an emergency, but you're trying. This is serious business, guys. I mean, it's appreciated. You've made a home run effort, so I can't ask you to try to call this county anymore. You've put in, I try to call every number and they won't answer me. You guys are such a blessing right now for this time. So, gosh, I hope this is not my last night being a man with my dogs. I feel like I should invite my dogs in here, but I need my dogs to sound off for when they get here, guys. So, I don't know. We never asked for this, guys. I didn't ask for this at all. I asked these counties to take care of this. I've called Lake County. I've called Lily at Lake County. I've called Greer, Mr. Greer. I can't remember his first name. There's another gentleman that works at probation there. I've spoken with the head of probation down here multiple times. Down in this is where Elijah originally was at, before. But I've spoken with the head of Lane County that put him in jail, and told him, don't, get this straightened out, make this phone call, make this happen, please. You're the head of probation. If anybody can do it, you're the person that can make this happen. Please call down there. This is a little bit of a mix up, but it can be straightened out because he's already been released in your county now for years. He would have already been told about this. This is criminal. Ryan Solberg, his probation officer, never once told Elijah until, 33 months into probation, and sprung it on him and said, you have 133 hours. Are you hearing these numbers too, guys? Seriously. 33 months into his probation of this 36 months of his 3 years, they say you have 133 hours to complete that they didn't give you from Lake County because your road crew is not community service. That's what they said. Road crew is not community. That's how they ended up not giving him his hours, guys. And that's a bunch of crap. That's what I ended up finding out, how they did this. That's bullshit. That's crap, because there's a different, what they call it different, but he still went and worked for Lake County. That's why he was released into Lane County with no hours of community service and was not told for 3 years. You see how they are in this county? You see how they are, though, Sarah? You see how they are? They don't want to talk to anybody. They don't want to engage with anybody. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to act in like I ever called them. But they're going to probably end up swatting this house, guys. Swatting this property. You know what I'm saying? Over something that they could talk, guys. We could talk. We could do this peacefully if they just have some form of communication and apply what the system of probation is supposed to do to get people off of it. They don't want off Elijah off probation. They want to keep messing with them, guys. And they have literally criminally locked him up without violating his probation. And he went back and repeated his hours again. I feel so sorry for Elijah. And I'm not like that. But he, there's some things he drug his feet, guys. And he could have went and maybe got all of them done, which that have been 300 and, it's double the hours. He had already done all of them. This is insanity, guys. What they're doing to this young man is wrong. And so whoever you are standing up for this, God sees what you're doing. Don't get yourself in trouble over this, please. We're already probably both he knows he's going to go to prison. He's not going to go to jail, guys. It's not like my son is going to, and he's like really beside himself because he knows if I get locked up, they're not going to do anything because this is where they're going to take me right down to this county. Right down to this county, guys. Then they're going to probably transfer me. And that's what Elijah's where he's like, Dad, you're not going to get nothing done when you're in there. They don't want to hear it. They're not, that he knows he's been, this is where he did 11 months in county here, guys, in this county. Something like that. Something pretty close. I can't remember. Almost, it was a long time. 8, 9, 10, what, something, 11. I just can't remember. It was a long time he was in there. County sucks. And this county is horrible down there. This is the worst freaking county. I'm not going to even look into it, guys. This county is not a nice place for their law. Okay. So they're Billy Bob. They do what they want. As you can see, they will not listen. They're so used to talking down, just like people are on probation. So if you try to talk to somebody in probation, they're going to act like you are a convict, and they're going to talk down to you. You won't even be talking. You might say something, stop talking for a minute or two. They'll tell you in the middle of them talking, stop interrupting me. These people have this big of balls, brothers and sisters. I don't care which gender they are. They both have them, just of steel, to sit there and talk the way they talk to people, make these people feel. People make mistakes, brothers and sisters, but you don't sit there and keep talk down to people. And then if somebody's calling, trying to help out, you don't talk to them like they're some kind of criminal. So when I call these offices, I said, you can't talk to me like that. You need to talk to me like I'm not a convict. Okay. And so what if somebody's been convicted? You still shouldn't talk down on them. You're supposed to be helping these people. So, I apologize, guys. I didn't want to deal with this, but it took me literally taking and like I said, I've arrested my son. They've arrested and put a warrant for his arrest in this county. So we're not going to run away from the problem and go try to take him and go to like Brazil or Canada, or well, you can't go to Canada but whatever. We get on a boat, we can go somewhere else. Bye, America. You suck. You just have no way. You didn't follow the legal process. There's supposed to be a process. You're supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. Elijah is innocent, brothers and sisters, yet they've already thrown him in jail. And now they're going to throw him in prison for 5 years and revoke his probation, his downward departure, and put him in prison for 5 years. And if I go, because I'm potentially facing kidnapping charges now for him and his girlfriend to try to protect him, and now he knows we're not going to see each other for a long time, and he knows what's coming with this celestial crap and all. This is the worst time for us both to be locked up in a prison or in some kind of, this is insanity. So it is what it is. God's will be done. So I'm not going to, but I'm going to know that I went down trying, and I didn't lay down and just let them do this to me or my son. So I'm barricaded in here. It's all blocked off. They're going to have to drive through big, huge, Iron Man tires and through tractor tires to get into this place, or go around through, whatever this place. They know they can't come in here. I appreciate it, Sarah. Like I said, I'm sure you called here and you just run into a brick wall in Lake County. You might try Lane County. That's the other county, and you don't have to do any more. You put in a stellar effort, Sarah. So hopefully, he shouldn't be convicted of a crime. He shouldn't be going to jail, and I don't think I should have to go to jail for trying to protect my son from this law. Like I said, they're already over here buying away in the house, trying to figure out how they're going to get in here, because I'm sure by their satellite imagery, Lane, Lane. See, that's the county. He left here from, since you're putting so much effort, give a little backstory, sir. Again, if you probably may already heard, he left here on the understanding with me calling Lake County saying, all right, Elijah, I want to make sure, call my attorney, everything's smooth over there. How, he's going to have a place to go over there. His community service is all completed over here. I'm double checking. We're putting all, Lane. He's came from Lake and went over there. So for him to get released from Lake, like a stream of lake, he went from Lake County, and I called Lake County myself. You guys, I can get a phone record of my voice from my telephone number, calling from this number that I currently have, calling Lake County probation office saying, okay, I'm double check. I want to make sure that before Elijah's release, so that we have all this, so he has no hiccups. I've contacted my, attorney over there. We're trying to make sure everything is smooth. So my voice, guys, I'm involved in this from the beginning to make sure Elijah can move without any hiccups. Okay, so I'm involved. They've acted like this hasn't happened from the beginning. So I've been involved from the very beginning to make sure that he had completed his community service hours. He had done this with, you guys got to remember too, when he's serving community service, he's not the only one there. He's not the only one there, guys. He's not the only one there. He does community service with other people too. So there's going to be all those people he did community service with. Do you understand? Hold on, my dogs are making a fuss here. Go on, kid. GP. So, I was involved, guys, from the very beginning, and that's why he went 3 years, almost 33 months with no action plan of, hey, Elijah, you have these remaining hours. What? Okay, hold on. What does his charges matter? What does his charges matter? This is about probation, and he completed probation. What are you, some kind of investigator? Let's worry about, he's already been convicted. Doesn't matter about his conviction. He completed his terms of release onto probation. So it's not a person-on-person crime, just so you know. It was a felony, but he was on felony probation, but he did everything he needed to do. He eventually was released all the way down to unsupervised probation for years. He did everything without ever being convicted of another crime. It did everything. He had already done all his community service to leave the county of Lake and move to Lane County. I was involved. I called the Lake County. Wanted to make sure, Elijah, I'm calling to make sure his hours are zeroed out. I'm calling my attorney. I've already spoke with him. I want to make sure this is smooth. I want to be involved in this to make sure I helped my son out. I was involved. So when he went over there, he didn't find out until 3 months before he was going to get off probation that they said, oh, you have 133 hours of community service that you have not completed. And my son was floored. He's like, no way, because remember, guys, he left Lake County and went to Lane County on the release of all his hours. That's why when you go, if you ever had anybody that's been on probation, they're going to give you an action plan. The job of the probation is to assess your whether you're going to reoffend. Can't discuss an open case. Yeah. Okay. But they can, yeah. But they didn't do anything. Sarah, you're a rock star and you're a blessing to this day for me. Thank you, Father, for sending Sister Sarah here to do the work of the Father. So yeah, they're not happy. We need to keep trying because I pissed them off, guys. What they just did to my son is criminal. Kresha, the head of probation, I've told her that she's going to go to jail. She's a criminal. Kresha, you guys want to know a criminal? Yeah, my son got evicted and he was a felon. Sure. And he did his time and he paid for his time. You do the crime, you got to do the time. And he did. Kresha is a criminal. She's getting away with criminal behavior. She knew that my son had completed all these terms of his to be released into his county. She knows that her probation officer, Ryan Solberg, never once put on his action report, hey, Elijah, you have 133 hours of probation. They just sprung it on him 3 months before he got off. That doesn't make any sense, guys, because remember, I can have let them know this if you can. If this is any like this, this is what happened. Tracy had already been involved. This isn't just Elijah now. Take your time. He was already involved in this from the beginning. He called. You guys, I can summon a phone. Right, this you can't get away from the digital age, guys. This stuff goes into the cloud. When people do commit crimes and stuff, they can go back and summons records. All this stuff is not, you can't run from this age anymore. Okay. So this is what's happening, guys. Elijah had done all his community service hours in Lake County. I called to make sure he can go over there. That's where my mom lives. That's where his uncles were at. That's where his stepdad lives. That's where his mom lives. That's where he has more family over there, guys. It's just me out here in the desert, lonely me. He wanted to go be around more people. He's out here in the desert, out in the middle of nowhere. He wanted to go be in town. He likes cars, working on cars. It's all dusty out here in the freaking middle of the desert. This is not the time for a young man. He wanted a life. So he did it. That's a good decision. And he stayed out of trouble in a city instead of being in the country. What? Wow. Are you you see what, oh my gosh. Okay. So you see what I'm up against then, Sarah. You see how this is working. These people are just criminal. So Kresha is the head. So when this happened the first time, guys, I called Kresha, the head of probation, and said, you've got to get involved here, Kresha. This is crazy what they're doing to him. Now, I told my son, put your head down and do these hours. And he's like, Dad, it is expensive gas. You know, I mean, please get this dealt with. Dad, I'm already done. I said, I know, son. We'll get it taken care of, but put your head down, Elijah. You don't have pride. I know you don't want it. All right, Dad. All right, Dad. All right, I'll do it. You guys, even his girlfriend, his wife, was going and doing hours with him. When on her days off, or I think she's even take time off of work and stuff so she can be with her to support him, guys. So she can. I think there's times where you can have your spouse. She's been there at his probation, guys. So his wife has been involved. You see what they just said about his wife, why they said he was there, she was there. Did you hear what I just said, Sarah? She was there. His wife was there, helping him do probation, trying to support him. He has a very good wife, and he's trying to just have a normal life. The guys, they don't get in trouble. She goes to work, does her job, pays the bills, her part. Elijah goes to work online, fixing things up, selling car parts, doing modifications between. They have a normal life. They don't get involved in anybody else's crap. They stay out of other people's business. They live so close to their neighbors, you could fart and smell it, and yet they have no neighbor complaints. They're good neighbors. He's a good citizen. They're good citizens. They pay taxes. She pays blah, blah, blah. They've been doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing, and so is my son. He just wants a life. He doesn't want to be messed with, guys, anymore. This young man has put his head down and done almost nearly double the time. They can't do that to him, and they did, and they're still doing it, and now they're threatening to probably throw both of us because for sure they have a warrant for his arrest and revoked his probation because he's not been able to complete these final amount. You guys, too, what he's kind of arguing over with him. You guys, I need to take this call. This is somebody that's probably going to have to maybe be involved with my dogs. Okay, hold on. Sarah, I appreciate it. You're heaven sent here from above, not heaven, but from the Father. All right. Count your blessings. Count your blessings. That was a call via all glory to the Father. So I don't know, just somebody checking, make sure somebody that's God does all things after his own counsel for his own pleasure. So that was an important call, guys. The dogs barked. I got to go check here. I got these guys locked up. Just like being in jail. I arrested them. Personally, I arrested my son and his wife. They're under lock. I have the key. I can pass food through the window. I give him phone calls. He has his phone, so I need to have him make a phone call. So please allow me. I am the law, and I've arrested my son so that the law cannot issue their warrant. I've executed my own warrant and took him and put him in my care and accosted his body and his girlfriend, wife, and now they're locked up in my care, and they're away from any way they can harm themselves. They're not going to harm. They're not a threat. They just don't have any weaponry. They have phones and they have food, and so I need to make sure that I make sure I can talk to my son here. It's important about this phone call, guys. It's give me another minute. I won't turn the stream off, but Sarah, not completed any of his parole hours. See, now they're not giving St. Annie, and he already has. See what I'm saying, guys? You see what they're doing? You see how horrible, Sarah, you're a blessing. Give me a minute. I need to go do an update, and I'll be back in 1 second, guys. Much love. Keep doing what you're doing, Sarah. Your treasure's in heaven. God's gonna turn you over, Sarah. You know that? He's gonna turn you over, and he's gonna shake. Sarah, your treasurer is always rewarded. Remember, he pours out a just measure. I cannot thank you enough for being a treasurer right now and stepping in and serving right now. And I'm telling you, when he turns you over and he shakes you by your feet, all your treasure is going to fall out of your pocket. You're a blessing to me today. I appreciate the treasure you're giving me here, and I'm sure that you'll be rewarded double by the Father. You're such a blessing, and I know we're not supposed to call these things out, but I at least want to thank you for your effort, because it doesn't have to be. And everybody else that's made any effort to make this happen. My time is limited, guys. They're probably going to come either any moment or first thing in the morning. I think we're getting close. I hope I'm not. Maybe they don't. Maybe your calls are working, guys. But they have to remember that there was still a call by Tracy John Werner from 541-214-9232 is my number. And I called Lake County Probation to make sure that Elijah had completed all his hours. And now that Lane County is saying he can complete any of his hours, I just told you his girlfriend, his wife, the one that I have arrested here, and him was going to probation with him and just called his wife, whatever they just said to him. I cannot believe they said that. I'm sorry you had to hear that, Sarah. That's incredible. They would even say that. So I apologize. It took a little long, guys. I'm sure let people know what's going on. You can still call the FBI, guys. You can still call the state of Oregon, guys. You can still call Oregon State Police. You can still call the FBI. You can call the CIA, the NSA, the DOD. I don't call which one of these. You can call any of them and let them know. I'm tired of this. You know, I think we could probably just keep this between Lake and Lane, but whatever they want to do. I already seen black vehicles out there. So we'll see. We'll see who they send. So I need to get my dogs fed, guys, too. Got to get my dogs inside, get them fed to let them back out. So I love you guys. Sarah, appreciate it. Probably need to start a fire in here, too. I can't believe it's freaking May. May. We're having to light fires. I know, boys. You guys are doing a super good job out there for the dad. Oh, crap, I didn't get no water. Oh, crap, we're running out of water here, too. Boy. Things are tough all over. Hi, baby kittens. You're such cute baby kittens. Hold on, guys. Hold on, boys. You guys are doing a good job. attaboy. Oh, you guys are such good guys. You guys have been doing a good job out there, keeping an eye on the boy for the dad. Keeping an eye on them. Yeah, such good guys. Where's Mama Girl? Good job. Where's Mama Girl? Tweety. Time for dinner, Tweety. Beautiful girl. Come on, my little girl. Time for dinner, sweetheart. Come on, sweetheart. Time for dinner. Now, I'm gonna have to put my beanie on. It's getting kind of cold. It's getting cold. It's getting hot in here. Let's put this one on there. Actually, probably need to start a fire. Start a fire. Where's my beanie? Start a fire to me. That's insane. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain. Go ahead, back outside. Take it easy. What are you doing, mama girl? I gotta get a fire going. It's starting to cool off out here. I gotta get a fire going. Look at there, Juniper's hanging out with you. There's to Mama Kitty. Oh, Mama Kitty. Oh, I don't have a lighter, do I? This is... It's May, and I'm gonna light a fire because we've been getting lower temperatures. Well, might as well warm the house up here, keep the house bright. Been a fire in a couple of days. A few days it's been, but a few days ago I was lighting fires out here. So, all right. Cool. All right. I appreciate you guys. I don't know how this is going to end, but I know God already wrote the ending, so I'm going to try not to be anxious here. I don't know if, yeah, I apologize. It's a little stressful here, but I'm trying to maintain a level head. Getting a fire going right now, guys. It's it got cool last couple nights. I think it was down into the 30s, 38 or something. So. Let's get some more. One more piece of wood, it'll probably take off. There we go. think that's gonna do it. A few days since the fire. Got the wood stove going. I'm gonna start snapping and popping and cracking. Man, trying not to be stressed out. This is a little stressful, guys. I can't imagine how my son feels. I know he's not happy. He's not happy. So kind of crazy how sometimes some of the most easy things can be the most difficult things to accomplish. No matter how much effort you get in, you never seem to get anywhere. Normally drive a man or a woman insane, correct? A definition, doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. So hopefully this will all turn out without anybody going to jail. Because I think to put my son in jail again is criminal. They already did it once when he should have never went to jail. He did what he was told by the rules. He did his time. And then they backtracked on him. It's crazy because they can't do that. I was involved. They might be able to do that to most people and get away with it, but they can't do it this time. It's phone records. Evidence will prove otherwise. Huh. Come on, fire. Take off. That thing was kind of cold there. Didn't quite take off like I thought. I should have tended it a little better. All right. Long coal fireplace. Taking a minute to get this thing going here. Been a minute since we had a few days since we had a fire in there. I don't use kindling. There we go. Come on, take off. Well, it's almost May. What? 15th, mid-May? And I'm lighting the fire in the stove. Imagine that. I was squawking something about the weather, wasn't I? When I talk about the weather, saying get ready for some kind of weather. Weather, not zombies. Not the end of the world as we know it. Maybe we'll see. And I feel fine. All right. Come on, fire. Do your thing. Hi, pretty girl. My little sweet pea. Oh, where's my water? There's my water. Where's this water? All right. I appreciate you guys hanging out. I don't know who's still hanging out here in the chat. Looks like there's a couple dozen of you there in here, almost there. Just kind of trying to rest. My brain is a little fried right now. I've been calling, the law all day and trying to do this peacefully. So I can't, I don't know how else to do it other than to use my voice. I try to use my voice here. Hopefully you don't have to take it any further than that. I'm not asking for any of that. That's not what I asked for. I asked for, they just can't even get these people to talk about it. They don't want to state the facts. They don't want to look at the evidence. So I can't change that. That's God's will. They're not completed, and he's not on parole. He's on probation, so he's not on parole. And then, like I said, he had already completed all his hours, just answering that question that Sarah said up there earlier. It's pretty funny. He's not on parole. I was not on parole. He's never been to prison, but they're threatening to throw him in prison now, which is stupid because he had already completed all his hours. So I guess I have to just keep saying it until they either come or they stand down. One of the two. So we got to make a stand here, like stand up. Make sure that it's documented. So if it goes down, that it's documented and there's some kind of evidence to back what happened. So I know that's what I'm collaborating here, is this evidence by doing this online with you, having you guys call and talk to these people. I appreciate everybody who made some effort here on this. So after hours, you're not gonna be able to get a hold of anybody, but you taking good care of them kitties, mama. I don't know if we'll make it through the night or not. So I don't know if they'll come tonight, or they'll probably want to come in the dark because I'm out in the middle of the dark. So be a lot easier to come in here with them, with all their SWAT and try to do it in the middle of the night. That's stupid. They should just made a call. So either way, if God wants it to be that way, that's the way it'll be. I can't worry about what he's already willed or what he wants for this situation. So darn it, come on, that fire didn't go, man. How'd that not take off? All right, my fire didn't take off. Oh my goodness. What a day, man. Cannot believe these people. No, not one phone call. Not nobody wants to call me. Talk to me. Not like the sheriff out here. Report a murder to him, and he, oh, no. He looked at it. Yeah, but you didn't call me and ask me any questions, did you? Oh, whatever. Whatever. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Start ripping up some paper for the fire here. Gonna rip up enough, it's gonna go like a bonfire now. Let her rip, boys. All right, let's see if we can get this working here. Oh. Boy, this is sure a whole lot easier to do when I was in my 20s. Oh well. Give me the strength. I have the will, but give me the strength. The will of the Father. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. All right, what's going on in your neck of the woods? We're faced with going to jail over here. Jail time. What's happening with you? Why are you going? We're standing up for our rights. Stand up for your rights. That's what I'm doing. Standing up for my son. Might go to jail over it. That's well, oh well. I mean, that sucks. Should probably not try to go to jail. Try to help him out. That's why I'm doing what I can before I do go to jail. I've committed no crime. Well, we'll see what they say. What would you do if you knew they'd already put your son in jail illegally and then threaten to do it again? Would you step in? Would you stand against the law? Stand against. Stand up, not stand off. There's no standoff here. I don't want any violence. That's them. They're going to bring violence, not me. And they bring the violence. So you might, yeah, well, then I have the right to defend myself, correct? So hopefully they don't bring no violence. They should just make a telephone call. Don't you agree? Hey, Mr. Werner, let's talk about this. Let's try to come to some kind of resolution here. Okay, we see, there was a phone call you made, and he did say that the probation, you did check to make sure that he didn't have any more hours. They were all completed so he could leave Lake County and go to Lane. So you were involved. Just a mess up. We'll get him off. We'll have his probation slip here immediately. Something you can print out if need be for now. But we'll definitely, or bring the slip, let him off. He already completed all his hours. He's done more than the time. They extended this crap because this stupid hours of community service that he had already completed. So I know this is not the only one. Normally people railroaded by this type of stuff, but I'm not going to let him get railroaded, guys. So not going to happen. That's why I'm standing in between this situation. They forced my hand to do this for my son. So if I thought he deserved to do anything, I'd make him do it. Like I told him even the second time, I don't think you should have to do this, but you're going to have to now till we can get this resolved. and he did. So he served more than enough hours, and they arrested him for something they should have never been arrested for. And now they're getting ready to try to put him in prison for something he didn't even commit a crime. There's been no crime committed. A little hard to swallow, guys. A little hard to swallow. So, who's still in here, guys? We got anybody in here? Anybody make a comment? Maybe I'll turn the stream down for a minute. I can get the stream back up if they come here in time. It won't take me forever. I'll just go live, and I won't try to put a heading or anything on it. I'll just go live. So, and I appreciate everybody who made efforts. Sarah, if you're still in here, I cannot thank you enough for your efforts. I'm getting a little exhausted. I feel like I just need to close my eyes for a minute, guys, and relax my head. I've been going kind of all day thinking about this. It's after hours, so I don't think there's much that we can do. They're either going to come here tonight and probably take us both to jail. But hopefully this doesn't, his woman has nothing to do with this. She hasn't, this is not here. She's being forced to stay here without her will. That's not, I'm making her stay here. So it's not her doing, she didn't do anything. She's not a part of any of this. It's just a matter of they're saying Elijah didn't complete his hours, which he already did. And I have proof of it. I had called probation already. So before he even left Lake County to be able to move to Lane County, all his hours were completed. And then they made him do them all over again. That's crazy. And now they're trying to put him in prison, revoke his probation over these hours that he had already completed. So talk about a rigged criminal system, guys. But they can't do that. They can't, because I was involved. If it was just him and it was on him and, and he didn't have, but I was involved. So I got involved at multiple points. And this is the digital age that we live in. This isn't like, the 70s where you can run away from something. This can't be run away. All this stuff can be summoned into a court of law as evidence. So you can't take away my phone calls. Can't take away the fact that he had not been told anything about probation for almost 3 years, 33 months or something, that he had, or then it's not probation, about his community service hours. So if it would have been an issue, they would have said something when he moved over from Lake to Lane, don't you think? No, they didn't say anything because it wasn't an issue. It was already taken care of. That's why nothing was said for 33 months. And then brought up in the last 3 months of his, right before he got off probation. That's a bunch of crap, guys. What they just did to him is illegal. And then arrested him because he didn't complete another 100 and some hour. That's ridiculous. What they're doing to him is extortion. They literally raped his financial well-being and took his life from him. He shouldn't be on probation anymore. He should have been off probation at least a year ago. He didn't get in any trouble. He didn't do anything. For 33 months, he did he went all the way down to, from being, supervised all the way to unsupervised, did everything he was supposed to do. So the fact remains is they don't want to act like I didn't call down there. They don't want to act like any of this happened. Well, then they can just keep swinging it under the rug. But that's what they're going to be up against now, is me. Now they got to mess with me. And they shouldn't have done this. They forced my hand here to do this. I never wanted this. You're going to find I have lots and lots and lots and lots of hours, hundreds probably hours into this, trying to avoid this from happening. I already tried to avoid this situation with both these counties and been in contact with both of them. And they do not want to do anything about the evidence. They're absolute Goliaths. Just acts like Nephilim. They're bullies. Go around and extorting what they just did. They extorted my son and arrested him illegally. A probation violation, and he didn't violate his probation. if this county of Lane County would have done this job, they would have called over to Lake County. Kresha, the head of probation, who I have many phone calls talking to her about this same situation, about calling over to Lake County and getting this hour thing straightened out, because I told her I was already involved. They just have chose to sit on their thumb and do nothing. So I can't change that. But anyways, you guys, I think I'm gonna shut this stream down for a minute. I need to rest my eyes, rest my brain. I'll turn the stream back up a little bit. I'll come back. Anything exciting or anything jumps off, I'm not getting any comments. So I don't know if they got this stream froze up or something. Nobody's made a comment since I left, I don't know, 20 or 30 minutes ago. So I haven't got one comment. So maybe they got I checked the live, but the live chat's still going, but maybe you guys are just watching, but I don't know, it's not entertainment. Okay. This is my life that's on the line, my son's life. So I appreciate everybody who made the effort to try to call and record a recall, or if they do this to this one, they can do it other things to you and say it's legal. Yeah, that's why I thank you, lady, for that comment. I didn't even read your comment, but I think this must be froze up because nobody's making any comments here. So I'm gonna take a rest, guys. My like I said, my head's a little bit tired here and kind of teetering here, and I need to have my energy here because this could get, interesting quick for us out here. So pray for God's will for me if you could, and much love. I'll see you guys hopefully again, and if you don't, you know what happened. Okay. I'm going to try to get this live stream. If they show up out here, I'm going to turn this live back on. So I'll let you know if that happens. I'm not getting any comments. So this seems like the comments might be froze or something. So, all right. Always agape. I'm Apocalypse, just so you know. That's what he sent me here to do. I have a mission. So he's doing with me with whatever he will. I am Revelation. Whoa.